Hello, this is the second part of my video lectures about my autobiography. I've looked through the first part and I discovered an omission which I want to remedy immediately before we start part two. I've made reference to the Renaissance, but I didn't explain why it happened and when it happened. Now, if you have this system, this Judeo-Christian Islamic system to destroy civilization, it doesn't make any sense after you've arranged all the philosophical and scientific knowledge that the ancient civilizations, principally Rome and Greece, had accumulated. You put those books in the monastery libraries where only the monks have access to them. It doesn't make any sense to suddenly bring them out. So why should they do that? And the answer is because of fear. And what was it that generated the fear? Well, it was none other than Mr. Marco Polo, who had, in a sense, brought knowledge of a ancient civilization, the ancient civilization of China, to the knowledge of Europe. People didn't believe his stories, but of course, the people who were responsible had to believe. And judging China, which was an error, but it was a quite logical error, judging China by the Judeo-Christian Islamic system, they would suppose that this system, the system of Chinese civilization, would eventually attack the West and potentially be more powerful because without the suppression of philosophical and scientific knowledge, China, that had happened in Europe, China had become relatively more powerful. And I'll give you 3 examples. When Columbus discovered America, he needed 3 inventions. He needed the compass, which everyone knows was invented in China. He needed the modern governi, rudder in English, and he needed the system of sailing against the wind. When you're moving across the ocean using the wind, it's not obvious that you can go against the wind, but the Chinese discovered a system of rigging the sails which allowed that to happen. And all 3 of these inventions were necessary to Columbus and had come to Columbus through the Arab world, the Arabs being in contact with the Chinese. One more observation before we go on to part 2. I once took a university course on civilization, and the professor said civilization is based on 3 inventions: the compass, gunpowder, and imprimery. And I interrupted him to say, but Professor, all 3 of these inventions are Chinese. And you know, he had never thought of that. Mel Gray, he was a professor of this subject. Yes, China invented all of the 3 things that are, if the professor was right, and I think he might be right, the basis of civilization. Well, why? So the reason that the Judeo-Christian Islamic system brought these books out of the monasteries and launched the Renaissance was by fear of China. So we owe the Renaissance to China. Anyway, now we'll go on to part 2, which is the autobiography, and it risks to be much longer than the other parts. But anyway, we'll see. So now I must turn to my own memories, because we're talking about the events after the 29th of June, 1931, when I was born. But of course, newborn babies don't remember anything because their little brains are not capable of. So nobody remembers their birth. And my first memory isn't my memory. It's what my mother told me, and you may perhaps be prepared to be shocked, because what she told me was, without telling me in so many words, that she had sent a servant to the beach with me when I was less than 2 years old, with instructions not to come home with me. In other words, I was to be drowned. And what happened was, as she told me, my mother told me, I was walking into the water, and of course it was like the baby plage à Genève, where the water gets slowly a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper, and it was coming up under my arms, and therefore my feet were leaving the ground. And I thought that was very funny, to be floating up and down. And then, of course, I continued to where it was deeper, and finally when I came down, there was nothing under my feet anymore, and I would have drowned, except that a man saw what was happening, and he came into the water, pulled me out, but I was so far gone that they had to get the firemen, we called them in English, with the fire trucks, and come, and they have what they call the pull motor, which pulls the water out of your lungs, and that was necessary to save my life. So I was pretty far gone. I would have certainly drowned, except for the man who helped me. Of course, my mother didn't say in so many words she was trying to get rid of me, but she let me understand that that's what it was all about. Well, why did that happen? Because my mother was breaking up with my father, and the result was she was looking for a second husband. And today it's hard for us to imagine, but in the 1930s, a woman simply couldn't make it without a man. There weren't that many jobs available for women. And so my mother wanted to be a divorced woman without children, and not a divorced woman with a child. So the first thing that I actually remember myself, and not someone telling me what had happened, was the Chicago World's Fair in 1935, which is called the Century of Progress, because it was in 1835 that Chicago, where I was living, was founded. And I went to visit the exhibition with my parents and grandparents also, because they had come to visit my mother. I don't think my father was with us, but anyway, one of the things you could do was to buy a chameleon, a petite reptile, which of course was alive, and which changed color. It was very fascinating. And my grandfather said, "Now don't take that chameleon out of the box, or you will lose it in the grass." And of course I took it out of the box, and I did lose it in the grass, and there was a big fuss about buying a second chameleon, which my grandfather didn't want to do, of course, but anyway they did, and I took my chameleon home. But their dissatisfaction with my bad behavior was graved in my memory. And that's the first incident I remember. I was 4 years old at the time, remembering that. But since my mother was separating from my father, the question was what to do with me. And the answer was, after the failed attempt to get rid of me by drowning, was to send me to live with her parents in South Dakota. So I spent 3 years in South Dakota, which was quite an interesting pause in my young life. One of the things, my mother did everything superficially to replace her maternal role, because she was quite conscious that being absent was a considerable disadvantage, because of course her parents were of a preceding generation and very much different than the young liberated generation of my mother. My grandmother read the Bible every day. There was a big Bible on the dining room table, and she couldn't say more than 3 sentences without citing the Bible. And it's a good thing, because I learned the Bible from my grandmother, who wasn't teaching me the Bible, but she was, whether she intended to or not. And one of the things my mother did to assert her maternal presence was to buy, of course she was buying with my father's money, she bought pony rides. And I even remember the boy's name, the family name was Sayre, and he came with his pony. He had a beautiful, what we call paint pony, that is all different colors, white, brown, beige, liver colored, and with a western saddle. And his name was Bill Sayre, I think, and he was about maybe 20 years old for me. He was an adult, and he put me on his pony and led it around. I didn't even have the right to hold on to the reins, I don't think. But anyway, that was my mother's way of providing her presence without the trouble of actually being there. Another thing she did was the Cub Scouts, and she was a dead mother. I don't see how could she be a dead mother when she wasn't there, but anyway, she was. And then there was Christmas. Christmas at my grandmother's house, grandparents' house, was really something special, very traditional. And my mother, again, to make up her role as maternal role, was she provided sleigh rides. So me and the other members of the den, the Cub Scout den, we went sleigh riding. And I remember it because I was so cold. South Dakota winters are really cold. It was practically Canada. And despite everything, I remember that being bitterly cold and not enjoying it at all. Of course, my mother was, as usual, upset with me because she had spent a lot of money to arrange this horse-drawn sled, because that would be something that would amuse the children, and it probably did amuse the other children. I don't know if they were as cold as I was, but anyway, in South Dakota it goes down to 20 or 30 below zero. And in any case, but it was the Christmas event itself. My mother always came, and she always played Santa Claus. And the gifts were around the tree, and the children, I think, yes, it was a big step in the child's life when the child was allowed to be old enough, to stay up with adults the night before, after Christmas Eve dinner. My mother went around the tree and handed out the gifts, and everyone had to wait until the person opened the gifts. It was very, very civilized. As I look back on it, it was really my mother, for all her negative qualities, she really made a a traditional Christmas event worth being. And everyone gave presents to everyone. One had a list, and everyone said thank you, opened the present, enjoyed the present, and said thank you before the next person then opened the present again. That was 3 years I went to the Lincoln School. It wasn't really very successful because all the other children had been in the school from the first grade. And of course I arrived much later in the 5th or 6th grade, and they were already friends among themselves. And they used to chase me on my bicycle, but I was very proud that I could keep ahead of everyone. My father had bought me an American Flyer bicycle, which was much faster than their bicycle. But in the end, one day I was pulling a kite because there wasn't enough wind to get the kite up in the air. So I pulled it behind my bicycle, and I ran right into the back of a parked truck, and it knocked me unconscious. Luckily, unbelievable luck, someone had seen me, a friend of the family had seen me, and rushed to my rescue, and I went right to bed. And in the family, I always wondered if I was ever again in my right mind. Maybe they're right. But that was the end of the 3-year period, because in the meantime, my mother had found her second husband. And I think here again, like the attempt to drown me, it's very significant. And of course, I didn't think about it at the time, but later on, I thought to myself, I wasn't invited to my mother's second wedding. And after all, I was 10 or 11 years old. I was old enough to be invited, but I wasn't. And it created a funny situation because they never talked about the fact that they were married or they had been married. So I can remember once sitting in the new foyer, which was my beau-père was a Jew, so the second foyer was that of a Jew, and I was sitting there, and I don't know why, but I said, by the way, are you two married? And they laughed, and of course they were, but they had never mentioned the fact to me, as though it was completely unimportant. Well, this opens the second phase of my life, or another phase of my life at least, in which I was the only non-Jew in a Jewish household, because my mother had two children, two little boys. The oldest one was David, who's still alive. He's a doctor. For a long time, we thought he was going to be a rabbi because he was so good at speaking Hebrew. All little Jewish boys go to Hebrew school because they have a ceremony called a bar mitzvah when they're 13 years old, in which they say the famous statement, "Today I am a man," "Aujourd'hui je suis un homme." And so before I close the South Dakota part of my childhood, I should mention, well, first of all, it's rather surprising for people who know today I'm a nun, that I was born a garçon. And in South Dakota, I was very attached to hunting, because the county in South Dakota where we lived, Lake County, was known as the pheasant capital of the world. And the Chinese ring-necked pheasant is a very beautiful bird, and famous people came from all over the world to hunt pheasants in Lake County, For example, Clark Gable came to Lake County to hunt pheasants, and my grandfather had hunting dogs, and particularly a Gordon setter called Jeff, who was a great pal of mine. You know, between a boy and a dog, it's quite a close relationship, and I loved the dog a lot, and unfortunately he got a disease and he died, or rather the doctor had to kill him to end the suffering. And later I suspected that my grandmother, who was charged with feeding the dog, had probably given him something to make him sick, to punish my grandfather, who was a very old-fashioned man and did more or less what he wanted to do and when he wanted to do it and how he wanted to do it. And the big dispute was, my grandfather, like all men, wanted a nice car, and he wanted to buy a new Hudson. That was his favorite brand. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was a very nice car. And that made my grandmother angry because she wanted a new washing machine. She had a very old-fashioned wooden one, washing machine. And of course, as a child, I didn't understand what was going on. But now, of course, later I began to understand that the phrase war between the sexes is not just a phrase. So now we go back to the second foyer of my mother, and in which I absorbed a lot of Jewish culture, and this was a big benefit for me, because my father, like my mother, having been raised on a farm, he had practically no culture. At least my mother was aware and tried to obtain a culture. She listened to the opera every Sunday on the radio and so forth. She had the ambition to be someone more than just a girl raised on a farm, but to become a part of the Jewish community was a real overture into the world that was of great benefit to me, more than I realized at the time. For example, her husband was a Polish Jew, and they spoke Russian, Polish, Hebrew, and Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, is bad German. It didn't do me as much good as it could have because I never knew which language they were speaking. So for me, it was all mixed together. But one thing, I learned all the Jewish jokes because the Jews know the best Jewish jokes in the world. And if I'm in contact with Jewish people today, I frequently tell these jokes. Sometimes they think I'm funny. It's funny, but other times they could be offended because they know I'm not a Jew. And if a Jew tells a joke, then it's okay, but a non-Jew tells a joke, it's not okay. But anyway, that I had to learn by experience. Well, at this time, I was entering high school. The American high school culture, as if you saw the film Grease, you saw what it's all about, and I was involved in it. But it was quite interesting because the Jewish neighborhood was becoming black, because previously, when you signed a lease for renting an apartment, you signed the obligation not to rent anyone who was not of the white race. But in the meantime, it was a very big event in the United States, and particularly in Chicago, which had an enormous black population, because during the Second World War, blacks were not admitted in the armed forces. In the Navy, they were only taken to be stewards, to clean the officers' quarters and to prepare the meals on the ships at sea. In the Army, they were only truck drivers. Anyway, this created an empty place in the northern factories where the white workers were called into the Army. These empty places were filled by blacks, which came up from the south. And they came particularly to Chicago because the big railroad from the south to the north that finished in Chicago was the Illinois Central Railroad. And people estimated that between 10 and 15,000 African Americans got off the train every month in Chicago. Well, as long as these restrictions on the leases were valid, that meant that the black people were restricted to certain neighborhoods. But when the Supreme Court decided that this was unconstitutional, as a lawyer, I've never quite realized what the justification was to that decision, but it doesn't make any difference. It meant that my high school, in 4 years' time, when I entered the high school, there were practically no blacks. I remember how surprised I was to see them as students. And then every year there was more, and when the year that I left, they were probably a majority, if not a majority, very close to being a majority that I left. In any case, the end of my high school career, it was the senior prom, but it was pretty special because I hadn't really realized it up till now, but I was a rich kid, not only because my father's money was supporting me, but the fact that my stepfather also had money, and he had in the United States, the family car is always the symbol of the money of the family, and my rich Jewish stepfather had a Packard convertible, and not only he had the Packard convertible, which was a rival of the Cadillac, but he had the big, powerful model, and I invited a girl who was already in her first year at university to be my date to go to the actually we didn't go to the high school prom. We went to perhaps the most expensive restaurant in Chicago, the Empire Room, in one of the principal downtown hotels. Seems to me it might have been the Stevens Hotel. Anyway, I remember his name was Friedman, but I can't remember his first name. Anyway, of course he was Jewish too, because everybody at the high school and in our neighborhood was Jewish. But I don't remember the girl he chose. But my mother wasn't very happy with me. She said, "You should invite a girl from your high school, not from the university. What's a university girl doing in a high school evening?" But I didn't care. We all had fun, and of course, the Empire Room was about as stylish an evening as we could. I remember we went and lay on the sand, something on the beach of the lake, because of course it was summer and nice weather, and something we couldn't imagine doing today because Chicago has become the largest African city in the world due to the circumstances I've described. And today I think there are more murders in Chicago every weekend than in New York and Los Angeles, the two largest cities in America combined. It's an enormous social problem. Anyway, then it was a question of where I would go to university. And I didn't know what was going on, but now I've figured out what was going on. You see, even though they were divorced, as a minor child, my mother was still receiving substantial sums of money from my father for my welfare. And, well, to call a cat, she was getting about $1,000 a month. And this was at a time when that was about the price of a motor car, cheap motor car, Ford motor car. And of course, she wanted that to continue, but if I'd gone to Columbia or Harvard or Princeton, one of the big, important universities on the East Coast of the United States, that money would have stopped because I would have been living at the university. And of course, my father would be very happy that that payment stopped and he could pay directly to the university. Well, my mother opened a campaign that I would stay in Chicago and go to the University of Chicago. Now, at that time, it wasn't as ridiculous as it may sound today, because there were three great universities in the United States. On the East Coast, there was Harvard. In the Midwest, there was the University of Chicago. And on the West Coast, there was Stanford. And these are the big three. It's no longer true today. I think the University of Chicago is considered the number 9 in the United States. And of course, I didn't know what was going on. So, and my mother launched this campaign, you should go to the University of Chicago. And the University of Chicago was in our neighborhood, just as here in Geneva, where I am at Bel Air, the University of Geneva is in the same area. I could walk to the University of Geneva, and I could have walked to the University of Chicago, which of course was what my mother thought I was going to do. But in the end, even though I hadn't understood everything I've explained to you, I canceled what my mother was doing without realizing it. I said, okay, I will go to the University of Chicago, but on the condition I live at the University of Chicago, like a student come from far away. And of course, this cut off the money from my father. And of course, it made my mother furious, but I didn't know why it should make my mother furious, because she didn't tell me what she was doing. She had these schemes, and she expected me to collaborate when I had no idea what was going on. So anyway, I spent my 4 years at the University of Chicago, and I wasn't a very good student, I didn't make the transition to being an independent person, living away from my mother's domination. I didn't make that transition successfully. I was not a good student, and I remember my father now was giving me money directly and not dealing with my mother anymore, of course. In the meantime, while I was at the University of Chicago, he came to see me one day, and he was crying. I'd never seen my father cry before. It was a typical, well, he was a Swede, and like most Northern Europeans, he didn't show his emotion, but he was crying because his girlfriend wanted him to marry her, and she had become pregnant, and she had become pregnant before and had an abortion. My father came to the university and cried, asking my permission to marry. Of course, my father didn't need my permission to marry, but I was profoundly touched by the fact he should think of asking my permission. And I remember one of the most important decisions of my life. I was taken by surprise. He knocked on my door at the university dormitory, and he sat down and he explained the situation and said, I've got to marry her. And I put my arm around his shoulder and I said, Dad, you do whatever will make you happiest. And when I later told my mother about that, she went through the ceiling like a rocket to the moon. She was furious with me, and she said, imbecile, there goes your father's fortune out the window. And she was 100% right. But I didn't think in those terms as a young person. I was 19 or 20 years old. I thought what I'd done was the right thing. But at long run, I'd never got anything from my father's money. He had millions. And that was a good lesson for me about how life is run. Anyway, at that time, the Korean War broke out. And the rule was, of course, I was a young man, that I would be called under the flag after I'd finished a degree. And I was finishing a degree, so I would either be drafted into the Army as a foot soldier, or I would volunteer. At my graduation, the relations between my father and I, well, my father, like a lot of rich men, was avare, terribly avare, and he had invested a lot of money in my 4 years of university education. He paid everything. And so he turned to me, and one would expect under a situation where you're sitting next to your father in a graduation ceremony, he would say something like, congratulations on getting your degree. What he said to me was, I have paid for your education, now don't expect another penny from me. Well, that was a shocking thing to hear, especially on a day when everybody's supposed to be congratulating you. And in addition, there was the draft calling me into the Army. But I decided I didn't want to march through the mud and sleep in a hole in the ground. I preferred, like everyone on my mother's family, to be in the Navy and to be an officer. So, in the meantime, my mother's cousin was an airline pilot, and he had come back to South Dakota and taken everyone in the family in a ride in a Piper Cub, which was the typical plane of the day. And that has created interest in flying. And my mother, in order to justify all the money she was getting from my father, had arranged flying lessons for me. So when I was 12 and 13 years old, the other boys and girls were going, and I don't know doing what, but I was doing airplane lessons every weekend. So when it came time to go into the Navy, my idea was, well, go into Navy flying school. If you saw Officer and Gentleman, you might have seen, I don't know if I've ever seen it, but with Tom Cruise. And after Officer and Gentleman, I think he made Top Gun. and that was more of the same. Anyway, so I went to Pensacola, which was what they called the Annapolis of the air. Annapolis is the place where the naval officers train near Washington. And so I went through pilot training. I was the first class of 54, 1954. 454, I remember that. And first of all, there was basic training. And you didn't fly at all, but you learned how to be in the armed forces. You learned how to march and do all those things. It was sort of like boot camp. And like the first few weeks in the Swiss Army, I suppose, you learned to be part of the military establishment, which I didn't like at all. I liked two things. I liked wearing the Navy uniform, the blue-black uniform with gold insignia, and the Naval Aviation Cadets wore an officer-style uniform. And after 4 weeks of basic training, which sounds 16 weeks of basic training, we went on to flying. I was very proud that I'd finished that because there was a lot of swimming, a lot of water, and because of my previous experience with water, I wasn't good at it at all. And probably the biggest fear I'd ever had in my life was what was called the Dempster dumpster. And it was a cockpit of a training plane that went down like a fun fair, like a lunar park. It went down rails, went into the swimming pool, turned upside down, and sunk. And you had to get out on your own without any help. And the first time, I didn't do it. I couldn't get out without help, so I had to do it again. And when they told me I had to do it again, I divided myself into two people. And the one person said to the other person, "You will now do it." And the other person said, "I don't want to do it." And the first person said, "Doesn't make any difference, you're going to do it. Now you turn everything, all your sensority, your seeing, your hearing, you turn all of those off, and you just go and do it, like a zombie or a robot." And I did, and I got out on my own, and it was a success. And it was the most frightening, most difficult thing that I've ever done in my life. And it sounds ridiculous, but in a sense, it was mind over matter, or a pure act of will. And I think in that act, more than anything I've done in my whole life, I expressed the voluntarism of a person like Mao Zedong. It was not only that, there was a 10-meter high tower, and we had to jump off of that into the swimming pool, feet first, because it was survival. All of this was survival. They didn't care anything if it was beautiful or anything like that, because usually in survival, jumping into the water, there is debris floating, so you have to go in feet first, so as to keep your head and so forth. Anyway, there were a lot of other things. There were some things that I did very well. Swimming was not one of them. We had to swim 8 kilometers and 5 miles without assistance. But actually, once they teach you how to do it, it's not a problem. You swim on your back, so breathing is no problem, and you can swim more than 8 kilometers. They lead you to believe you could swim on forever. But anyway, one thing I did better than other people, and that was running, because I was slender person with long legs, and we had a race among all the student pilots, and I came in the first and by an important margin, which made me, at least gave me some reason to be proud of something that I could do if I couldn't swim or do anything in the water. So we finally got out of pre-flight and got into the flying part, and that was another world. Once you started flying, you were treated like a human being for the first time. And I had had discipline problems as in the pre-flight, and I started to think like my mother, and I observed that the student officers did not get bad points, bad points. They only gave them to others. And so I went in one day to it was United States Marines, where they were in charge of the discipline, everything. And I went in and I said to the captain, Marine captain, that I wanted to be a cadet officer. And he almost fell out of his chair laughing, because I was the example type of someone who shouldn't be. But I wouldn't take no for an answer. I want to be a cadet ensign, and I got to be a cadet ensign. And the result was I never got another bad point, and I survived because I was getting lots of bad points up till that time. And I learned a lesson. That is, there's a game to be played, and if you learn how to play it, you're better off. And I remember marching the other cadets, and it was they were laughing because I was the last person they would expect to be in charge, and I was laughing because I didn't care what they thought of me as long as I wasn't getting any bad points. Because if you got enough bad points, you were thrown out of the student corps, out of the training program. That was the worst thing that could happen to you. So, in fact, I'll open a parenthesis to talk about one of the things we did in pre-flight was boxing. Now, of course, I was null at boxing. And I drew a boxing partner, hold on to yourself, who had been a professional. And I was tall and thin, and he was short and husky. And we had to box 3 rounds, and he was really beating me up. He never knocked me off my feet, though. I never went down. Anyway, I remember his name was Greenfeld. And later on, he wanted to be in the Marine Corps. That was his big thing, to come out as a second lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps. So, after we had boxed, of course, I created a certain lean between us, but I never saw him again because the way the program worked, you advanced at your rate, and you were no longer part of a group of people. And first you go to basic training, then you go to Softly Field, which was formation, and then you went to Barren Field, which was gunnery, and then also aircraft carrier. You flew out to the aircraft carrier and landed your plane on a cheap carrier, a small one. So anyway, after I got my wings, I went to Japan, and I was off the base, walking along the road, and here came somebody alongside me in a motorcycle, and it was Greenfeld. And he was wearing his uniform of a second lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps. He was so proud. But I was walking, he was riding his motorcycle, and I said, but wait a second now. I was going through my mind the planes that were at the base, but there was the only Marine planes we had were transport planes for paratroops, for Marine parachutists. So I said to him, well, what are you flying? Because he had his wings, I could see he had wings. And he obviously didn't want to talk about it. And I said, but you're getting flight pay, you must be flying something. What are you flying? Nothing. He was a ground observer and he was not getting flight pay. And of course, he was very, very, very unhappy. He had his wings, but no money. And I thought to myself, well, that shows what can happen. And why wasn't I a Marine second lieutenant too? Perhaps the same story. Well, first of all, the selection goes back to barren field where you land on the aircraft carrier, which is hard to do, and as the expression goes, separates the men from the boys. And I got 6 perfect landings. So it means the landing officer didn't have to give me any instructions. I just landed according to the correct procedure. And also, we had a shooting competition, air-to-air shooting, and we were grouped into groups of perhaps 10, 12, 15 student pilots. And after the cessation of air-to-air gunnery, they would say, who had green or who had rouge, because every day it was a different color. They painted the bullets, and when they went through the sack that you fired at, the target, they left a bit of the color. And I would raise my hand. I was always the one they asked. And they said, you really massacred the target. Well, I had invented a trick. Again, it was like becoming a student officer. I didn't fire until I was on top of the target. And I fired one burst, and then I went off the target. And the thing was, you were rated on the percentage of bullets fired that hit the target, and not the number of bullets that hit the target. So my formula, of course, I never told anyone else what I was doing, and still, it meant that I was doing very good shooting anyway. You couldn't use this system if you couldn't hit the target. So my little group of, you might say I was Top Gun, and my little group of 10 or 12 student pilots, we got a weekend fly away, and it was a hell of a lot of fun because we only had 1 or 2 instructors, and otherwise we were all flying in the front seat of all our training planes. And I remember it was in Mississippi. I don't remember where it was in Mississippi. But anyway, and there were nice southern girls there to be nice to us, and we had dinner, and so everything was on the Navy. And the next morning we flew away into the dawn. It was like something out of a movie. It was a high point of my training as a Navy student. So as a result of the gunnery stuff and doing so well on the aircraft carrier, two Marine captains came up to me. And that was a scary experience because normally the Marine captains don't talk, they're like God, they don't talk to anybody. And they wanted to talk to me. And I was really scared. What have I done wrong now? and he wanted to invite me to apply for the Marine Corps. They told me, if you apply for the Marine Corps, you will get it. And that was unheard of, because the Marine Corps doesn't solicit anybody. Everybody wants to be in the Marine Corps. And I told them, look, I come from an old Navy family. I'm coming out of this as a ensign in the United States Navy, not as a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps. My family would be shocked beyond belief, and so forth and so forth. And the last word was, well, if you apply for the Marine Corps, you're going to get it. But of course, I didn't apply for the Marine Corps, and I didn't get it. In fact, I got the extreme opposite, because starting to think logically about my career, I realized that what I should come out of the Navy is something I could give to an airline. So the thing to be is pilot of a big patrol plane. And the airlines, particularly the airlines like Pan Am, were looking for people from the Navy, not from the Air Force, because Pan Am was flying overseas, you get over water, there are no railroad tracks to follow. And that's why they preferred the Navy, because all Navy pilots are navigators. It's not true with the Air Force. There are pilots and there are navigators. They're not the same people. So I did multi-engine training, and after I got in it, I found that it was incredibly boring beyond belief. So, having gotten into big planes, I wanted to get out of them, but there was no real way out. But there was one squadron at San Diego, Utility Squadron 7, who had jet fighters. They had Panthers. And my idea is to put in for that squadron, and I did, and I got it. And they had two planes. One, the plane that we were called from Kansas, where our training was, to pilot, it was the B-26, a Douglas Invader. And it was made famous as the plane in the film Always. It was a water bomber. I don't know if they were ever water bombers, but in the film, they were water bombers. They were the closest thing the Americans had to the mosquito. And that's what I was called to the squadron in San Diego to fly, and that's what I flew. And it was a nice plane. I enjoyed flying it a lot. But I was there to sneak over it to fly the jets. So I said to the operations officer, who for some reason I never found out why didn't like me, I would like to go to jet transition school at Miramar. And he said to me, forget jet transition school. You're here to fly the JDs. That was the Navy designation of the B-26. So you just fly them. Well, then I did something which I shouldn't have done. I said the assistant operations officer had been a Navy aviation cadet like me. I knew him by his first name. And I said, look, next week, leave me off the flight schedule. So he said, okay. And I said, I'm going over to Miramar, to the jet transition school, which I did, which of course could have resulted in a courts-martial, because this I all thought up without it. I didn't have any orders, I didn't have anything. I just got in my Jaguar car. I'd bought a Jaguar when I went in the Navy, and I drove over to Miramar, and I found out where these classes were taking place, and I just showed up. I was an extra person. But you see, when you're an officer, you can get away with things as far as everyone else is concerned. All you have to worry about are there officers who are more important than you are. But as far as everyone else is concerned, it's okay. So I went for a week at Miramar, and it didn't involve any flights. I'd never been in a Panther in my life. And the Friday night, I went back to our base at San Diego, and I thought to myself, it's now or never, you see, because everyone had gone home. It was after closing time on Friday, which was around 4 or 5 o'clock. And the chief said, I've got a plane that's come out of maintenance. I want a check flown. Well, that was an ideal situation because the other person wanted me to fly his jet, and it wasn't me talking. But you need 2 people because for a check flight, there has to be a plane in good condition to fly along with you. So the other pilot got in his plane, I got in mine, and listen to this, I didn't know how to start the engine. It wasn't part of what we were taught at Miramar. So I said to the chief, he wanted me to fly this plane so he could get it signed off for Monday. And I said, Chief, how do you start this thing? And of course, he was somewhat surprised. And I said, well, they didn't teach us at Miramar. So I said, well, it's really very simple like this. And it was really very simple. And I had no trouble starting it. And then I taxied out, and we were together, and we were taking off. It's called a section takeoff. That is, you take off together as though you're one airplane. And of course, I didn't know anything about this. And after we got back on the ground, he said, you know, in the section takeoff, you're the wingman. You're supposed to take off first. And then the principal plane takes off. Of course, it's the exact opposite of what we would suppose and what I supposed too. And that evening, I thought to myself, there were no less than 11 things I'd done for the first time in my life, such as flying on oxygen, flying in a pressurized cabin, flying with power boost controls, and so forth and so forth and so forth. But anyway, I had the luck of people who are too stupid to know better, and I survived the experience. But I did have some rather frightening experiences before I left that squadron in jet aircraft, and made me realize that the plane was flying me more than I was flying the airplane. Anyway, I finished with about 40 flights in the Panther, and it was a lot of fun. And we had a lot of pilots who were coming back from Korea and needed a few more months before their time was up, and they were flying with us. It was very interesting to fly with them because they were very devil-may-care about everything. And I had a lot of rather frightening experiences. We came in one day of course I was always the number 2 man, being such a young, inexperienced person. And that's what the Navy calls a breakup. You come over the aircraft carrier, the first plane breaks out of the formation, and the second plane. And the first plane had popped 90 degrees with his wings and pulled away. And I had supposed he had completely broke out of our formation. And I did exactly what you're supposed to do. I took reference on my horizon, and then I broke up the same as he had. But what I didn't realize, he was sitting there. And I assumed that he had started to go around to come down the other way. And I did my breakup, and pulled full G's, and I all but hit him. And it was over before I knew what had happened. And then I went around. I was the first one to land. I should have been the second one to land. And there's always a mechanic. There's a plane captain. The plane captain is an enlisted man who's a mechanic who's in charge of the material condition of the aircraft. And they always watch for their plane to come in because that's when they have to go to work. So he had seen what had happened. And when I opened the cockpit, they sit on the nose and take your helmet off. And he said, Mr. Johnson, that's what you call junior officers in the Navy. You don't call them by their rank. You don't call them lieutenant. You call them Mr. He said, Mr. Johnson, I thought you'd killed yourself. And when I heard those words for the first time, I realized that, in fact, I had almost killed myself. And for the first time, I became frightened about that incident. There had been a time also in training before I got my wings where I'd almost run into another plane at night who wasn't where there was. That one was 100% the other person's fault. This was 100% my fault. Anyway, I realized that while it was a lot of fun flying jets, I had to go back into big planes if I wanted to come out of the Navy prepared for a commercial pilot. And while I had no intention and never did become a commercial pilot, I wanted the qualifications. And I still have today a commercial pilot's license, which never runs out. It's always valid. It's valid for life. Anyway, so I put in for VP. Well, I'm not sure I remember the number. Anyway, it was based at, I think it was VP7. Perhaps I'm confusing it with Utility Squadron 7. Any case, it was based at Barbers Point, Hawaii, which is a very nice place to be based. It's only an hour's drive from Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. And the married men, of course, they thought it was wonderful, and their wives thought it was wonderful there. So I got transferred, and it was not a particularly agreeable experience, but the agreeable part was we were being deployed to Japan, and that's what I wanted. I wanted an overseas experience. So we flew from Honolulu to I don't know where, Wake Island, and we did island hopping to Japan. And I was a co-pilot because I'd already had so many hours of flying. I skipped navigation, which was a horrible pain in the ass. Excuse my French. And we got to Iwakuni, Japan. Iwakuni was a big kamikaze base, and perhaps I should open a parenthesis and explain that the kamikazes, contrary to what I've heard, I don't understand where people are getting their information, but kamikazes were a terribly effective arm. And I'm going to tell you a story about kamikazes that the commanding officer of Utility Squadron, where I flew the jets, he had had this experience, personal experience. During the last days of the war, he was on the bridge, and without any warning, they had brought in their planes, which were on the hangar deck, which is one deck below the flight deck, and they were rearming and refueling them. And a kamikaze suddenly appeared out of the sun and flew right down the elevator. the elevator was down, and that left a hole, and he went right down the hole, and he had a 500-pound bomb under his plane, which exploded, and my commanding officer, who I liked a lot, and at this time I actually applied to remain in the Navy for 30 years because he was such a great guy. First of all, he was very smart, and not all officers in the armed forces are very, very smart. If you spend any time in any army, including the Swiss army, I suppose, you discover that some of them are really pretty incredibly stupid. And I remember his name. It was Captain Sentner, and he was scheduled to get out of the Navy. And he was already got his rear admiral. He was a captain, which is the same as colonel, that is 4 stripes, and he would retire as a rear admiral. And so our VU-7, we had lots of accidents, and everybody did more or less what the hell they wanted to do, and it made him laugh. He didn't care. He got called over to the admiral, and it just made him laugh because his retirement was assured. And I thought that everybody in the Navy was like our Captain Sentner. And I found out later that that was not at all the case. And my captain in the patrol squadron was a complete idiot. And to show you what a complete idiot he was, he read comic books. He had 2 drawers in his, on his desk, and he would take a comic book out of this drawer and read it and put it in this drawer. And he would do this while you were talking to him, and without paying the slightest attention to what you were saying. Anyway, so needless to say, I withdrew my letter demanding to be integrated into the regular Navy when I was in the patrol squadron. Anyway, in Japan, my flying duties consisted of a patrol from Iwakuni, Japan to the Sea of Japan, and then northeast toward Vladivostok, and then back along the Sea of Japan to the coast of Japan, and then inland to our base in the Bay of Hiroshima. It was very boring. But there were some exciting things. One thing was, if it was bad weather, and it frequently was bad weather, there was a mountain, and it was on our flight path, and the idea was not to run into it, of course. Running into a mountain can ruin your whole day. That was, of course, a routine concern, and as the co-pilot, I would go back and look at what the navigator was doing and make sure that he had seen the mountain and we were not flying into it but around it. But the most exciting thing that ever happened off Vladivostok, the tail gunner called the cockpit and said, "We have company." And I looked to my right and backward, and there were 4 Russian MiGs flying wing on us, and I was very surprised. And the first thing I thought was how beautiful it was, because in those days they left their metal-colored plane, well, they covered it with paint, but transparent paint, so that it was beautiful, shiny silver with the red star, crimson red star, and it was just where the sun was striking it, and I thought to myself, that is really beautiful. But then I realized that it was a potential danger for us, and so we did what we were supposed to do under such circumstances. We moved our wings away from them and went down to lowest possible altitude. The idea was to fly just on the surface of the water and hope that they would follow us, because if they followed us, there was a good chance of them flying into the sea, because a typical fighter attack goes underneath the plane, but they didn't follow us, and that didn't happen. But it was an exciting event, and it's the sort of thing that I never forgot. But for me, the big thing of being stationed in Japan was Japan, not the flying. And I took full advantage, because every year in the Navy, you have 1 month's leave, and I'd never taken any leave. So I now had over 4 years. So I had 3 months of leave at my disposition, and I took them. I simply checked out of the squadron and went for a month. Now, and a month, a few weeks later, and another month. And one day in the squadron, I passed the commanding officer, and he said to me, he said, "Mr. Johnson, don't you realize we're here to fight a war?" Because theoretically the Korean War was still going, even though there was an armistice. And I said, "Yes, sir." And of course I understood that he was angry with me for being away so long, but I didn't care at all, because I was getting out in December of that year, and I just didn't care what he thought about me. And in fact, having a bad fitness report wasn't a bad thing, because it would reduce the fact that you may be recalled, because there was such a thing as the Vietnamese War that would follow. Anyway, I got out of the Navy in San Francisco in December, and I used up the last of my leave in going home and spending Christmas with my mother and her husband in Chicago, having driven across the United States with my Jaguar. No, that isn't how it happened, or is it? Yes, in fact, it is how it happened. I have to rethink that part, but anyway, continuing, my next objective was law school. And of course, the best law schools only let you in September, and it was December, and I didn't want to lose the momentum that I'd gained in the Navy, and so I was looking around for a good law school who would admit me in the middle of the term. And I discovered William and Mary, which is the oldest law faculty in America. But it had been interrupted by the Civil War, since it was in Virginia. And in fact, the Yankee troops had burned down the law school, the college and the law school, everything. And they admitted me in mid-year, so in February, at the beginning of February, I started law school at William and Mary, America's oldest law faculty. For a long time, there was a dispute between Harvard and William and Mary, and they finally buried the hatchet by deciding that Harvard would be called America's oldest law school, and William and Mary would be called America's first law school. So anyway, I went there, and I was what's known in the as a big frog in a small pond. I was a very, very, very good student, what I had not been as an undergraduate. I was top of my class. I graduated first in my class, and I was editor-in-chief of the Law Review. The second year I was associate editor, and the last year I was editor-in-chief, which is the best thing you can do in law school. And I came out of a family of lawyers, and I'd always heard law talk around the dinner table and so forth. And I had a very high score on, there was a test you would take when you wanted to go to law school. It was sort of the law aptitude test that if you got a very high score, it would get you into schools that otherwise you wouldn't get into. And I probably could have gotten into Yale, for example, if I'd waited till September, but I didn't. So anyway, my mother came to my graduation, and I still have my doctor's robes, and in a few days it will be Dies Academicus at the University of Geneva, and I will wear my doctor's robes from William and Mary, which I do every year. People are frequently very curious about them. And my mother was also very surprised and for une fois in her life proud of me that I had accomplished something. She always seemed to be rather unimpressed by anything I did, but anyway, that's another matter. I passed the bar exam in Virginia, which is one of the hardest in the United States. There's an old expression, Virginia lawyer, meaning a very good lawyer. And I remember after the exam, the dean of our law school called everyone who'd taken the exam, a dozen or so, and he asked the questions and asked the people for their answers. And in every case, when I gave my answer, he said, yes, that's the right one. So he had a very high opinion of me, and I don't think he was wrong. He got a letter from a Wall Street law firm, Meyer, Kissel, Matson, Seward, asking to recommend a student that they would then offer a place in their cabinet of law. And he recommended me, and I was incorporated in New York, and I went there for several months. But in the meantime, I'd applied for and obtained admission to Merton College, Oxford. In fact, I'd obtained admission to several colleges, both at Oxford and at Cambridge. But I chose Merton because it was the oldest college at Oxford. And so when the fall came, I told my prestigeful Wall Street law firm that I was leaving to go to Oxford. And I think that they had realized that I had not come to their law firm to stay, but only for a place to hang out in for the summer. But later on, they would give evidence that they would be pleased to readmit me. But in fact, I never applied to go back to Meyer, Kissel, Matson, Seward. And I always thought it was a good firm, but not among the best. But recently here in Geneva, I was talking to a lawyer, and I mentioned their name and was surprised that the person said, oh yes, it's a very good firm, one of the best. So perhaps I turned my back on something without realizing the value. Anyway, I was off to Merton College Oxford for 2 years. And there I had reverted to my University of Chicago type student. And in fact, I told my mother before I left, look, I'm not going to Oxford to study. I'm going to Oxford to have a good time. And I tried my best to have a good time among the other American students at Oxford. And we were quite an interesting group of people. Anyway, perhaps I overdid it. But after 2 years at Merton College, Oxford, I'd done everything I'd wanted to at Oxford. I'd been a member of the Oxford Union, the famous debating society, and done all the other things. I'd even been, this is unbelievable even for me, but I'd been invited to play polo for the Oxford team against Cambridge. I refused. It was a good thing to do because I might have broken my neck, but it would have earned me the right to wear the dark blue sweater with Oxford written on it, which only goes to people who played for Oxford against Cambridge. And as the guy who invited me to come, he said, you don't even have to get on the horse, just show up. And that way we avoid the forfeit. But I wasn't player enough, in quotation marks, to realize that that would be a clever thing to do. And so I didn't play for, even technically, I didn't play for Oxford. Anyway, I rowed for my college, not for Oxford, but for my college, Merton. I was in the second boat. And this would later prove something very important to me. And I'll tell that story to end this part of the second part of the video lecture. After I'd finished at Oxford, I went around the world the wrong way. I went east. I discovered you could get to America by going east from Oxford, just like Christopher Columbus had discovered you could get to the West Indies by going west from from Europe. But anyway, when I got back to the United States, of course, the question was to find a job. And after deciding not to go back to Meyer, Kissel, Matz, and Seward, although there's an interesting story there to tell, I didn't realize it at the time, but of course my stepfather had arranged my reintegration into that law firm. And he even drove me over to the house, which by coincidence, one of the partners lived in the very prestigeful suburb of New York called Scarsdale. And I only realized later that it was a setup, and all I had to do was, for once in my life, do as I'm told. But I refused because I didn't know why. It was foolish on my part. But anyway, in the meantime, I took the suburban train from Scarsdale into New York, into Manhattan, got off the train at the terminus, Grand Central Station, New York, and when I came out of the station, I looked up, and there was the Pan Am building. And I thought to myself, Pan American, it's an airline. I have an airline pilot's license. I'm in the Navy. They love the Navy. The Pan Am uniforms are just like Navy officers' uniforms. If you saw the famous film with De Capriccio, you remember that? So I went upstairs, and stupid, I went to the employment office. Well, beyond a certain level, you never go to the employment office. You go directly to where you want to work. but I found out later it was John Perry. He was vice president, he was a lawyer, he was in charge of the legal department. Obviously, that was where I wanted to work. So I had my CV in my little hand, and I went in, and naturally I presented myself to his secretary. And she was more than a little skeptical. She was polite, but her attitude was, go away. But I didn't go away. I said, well, please take my CV in and show it to Mr. Perry. And she gave me an indication that she thought she was wasting her time. And luckily, I didn't care if she wasted her time or not, and she went in. And when she came out a few seconds later, she said, Mr. Perry would like to talk to you, and she was obviously very surprised. And you'll find out now, as I did, why she was surprised and why Mr. Perry wanted to talk to me. First of all, I should explain that Merton College is one of the smallest colleges at Oxford. Despite being the oldest, it's one of the smallest. I think it had something like 130 students in the 4 years combined. So I went in, I sat down. Mr. Perry, a very tall, distinguished person, looked at my CV, looked at me, asked me a few routine questions, and then he leaned forward and said, how did you like your years at Merton? And I said, well, I liked them very much. And he said, did you row? I said, yes, I was in the second 8. He said, I rowed for Merton in 1938, you got the job. Now the chances of something like that happening are almost zero, because it's such a small college, such an incredible experience, and it launched me on the right track at Pan American. And perhaps we'll talk about this another day. Since our last seance of registration, I have thought of 2 omissions that I would like to complete today before we continue with my service in the Aéronavale Américaine. The first one took place during my stay in South Dakota with my maternal grandparents, and it illustrates how women keep the male power structure from renewing from generation to generation by interrupting the relation between father and son. In this case, it was between my grandfather and me, and it took me years later until I figured out exactly what had happened. Anyway, for some reason I can't explain myself, I've always felt that I should be earning money even when I was a child. So I had all these schemes of making money. And for example, I may have mentioned the New Zealand white rabbit. I was going to raise them, but it proved a failure. I also was going to raise pigeons for sale. Neither one of those projects worked out. And this is the story of another project, and that was to carry the golf clubs at the local golf course. So I went with a friend to the golf course as young boys to carry the golf bags of the players, and we did. We spent all afternoon playing carrying the golf, and it was South Dakota summer. It was very hot, and So we were wondering what we were going to get for money at the end of the afternoon, and I was carrying the golf clubs of a local lawyer, and to my surprise, instead of giving me some money, he said, "Come by my office, I'll give you some money then." And first of all, that was rather a surprise, because when somebody gives you a service, especially when it's a boy and you're a man, normally you give them what you're going to give them there and then. But I had no choice but to go to his office, and to my stupefaction, he gave me 10 cents, which was today as then practically nothing. I was expecting $1 at the minimum. So that evening at the dinner table with my grandparents, I told the story. And my grandfather had a very strong reaction. He said, "Wait till I tell the boys about what a cheap person this lawyer is." And I thought, well, that's what he deserves. So later on, we never discussed this again, and my grandfather's attitude toward me became rather distant and cold. And later on, I realized that somehow my grandmother had convinced my grandfather that my story was a lie, which of course it was not, and that the lawyer probably said that he had given me $1 or something like that. So this is a tactic that ensures that the relation between father and son, or in this case grandfather and grandson, is not satisfactory. That's one story that I wanted to tell, and another one is in a way far more critical, because it was my mother. I was about 14 years old, and my mother said, "You should go and have your teeth examined," which of course is what a parent should say for a child. But I didn't know what was going to happen. It was more than a little surprising, and in fact, I would say shocking. I went to she sent me to a dentist in downtown Chicago, which was already a surprise because there were dentists in our neighborhood. But I was to understand later why she had done this. This was a very high-class dentist, and I was surprised in the first place because he didn't take any x-rays of my teeth, which was the usual procedure in those days, was to take x-rays to see where the decay was. But he started directly to work on my jaw, and I expressed my surprise to him. "Aren't you going to take x-rays?" "No." And I was to understand why later, because he drilled an enormous hole in 3 molars and filled it with gold. Well, I realized later that these 3 molars were in perfect health, and the reason was to put a big piece of gold in my mouth that my father would then have to pay for. And the dentist's name was something where you left no doubt he was a Jew. So this was, and my father was surprised when he got the bill because it was $500, which at the time was about half the price of a cheap car. And he asked me, "Did you go to the dentist? Did he put this big piece of gold in your mouth?" And I said yes, which was true. Only later did I realize that this whole thing was a complete fraud. It was a fraud on me because it destroyed a part of my natural teeth that were in perfectly good health. And of course it was designed to infuriate my father, which it did infuriate him. I perhaps already explained that my mother had sent me to the doctor to get a certificate that I had scarlet fever, which I didn't have, and as a reason for my father to finance a trip to Florida for the winter for my mother and her then boyfriend and future husband. But that gave a really shocking example of my mother's lack of interest in my real health, and she was quite willing to cause this damage to my natural body in order to venge her feeling against my father. Anyway, that was another incident when I was about 14. Now I'll skip back to where we were in the general discussion of my life at the moment of going into the Aeronaval. I don't know how many details I gave about that, but it was certainly a very interesting part of my life. I was first stationed after I got my wings in commission in Pensacola and later Hutchinson, Kansas. Perhaps I will start by describing, if I have not already, the last flight before you get your wings when you're in a program of big multi-engine patrol planes, which I was to fly from Hutchinson, Kansas to Coco Solo, Panama, which is the Atlantic end of the Panama Canal, and there's a base of the Aeronaval which is called Coco Solo, and I made that with another student pilot, and I navigated back from Coco Solo entirely using the stars, and it's quite a long, in those days of course it was propeller airplanes, and it seems to me it took something like 8 hours or maybe more. In any case, during the last, as soon as it became dark, it was entirely based on celestial navigation using the stars, and I took a last star shot and gave a correction, and a time of arrival at Hutchinson, Kansas, and a few minutes later the pilots called me and invited me to come up to the cockpit. And when I got up to the cockpit, I saw one of the most beautiful sights of my life. The aircraft was going between the two landing strips that were lighted up, and we were going right down between the two of them in the exact direction. And the pilot said to me, "I thought you were going to miss it, but that last correction about 15 minutes ago put us exactly on the spot." And for me, it was quite a revelation that these things actually do work. It assumes that you have the right time. That's absolutely essential, that you have the right time. You have a chronometer in a wooden box that you give to the radio man, and he listens to. There's stations all over the world that broadcast only continually broadcast the right time, and then he gives it back to you once he's said it, and you have your aviation instrument to record the height of the star above the horizon. It's a special one. It's not like the one you usually see them use on shipboard because of the motion of the aircraft and so forth. But anyway, that was a very satisfying experience for me, especially since it was the last flight before I got my wings and my commission as an ensign, which is the equivalent of a second lieutenant. And by then I decided that while it was a good idea for my career to do big planes, so that when I got out I could, if I wanted to, I could apply to be an airline pilot because they flew big planes. But I was dying of boredom in patrol planes because most of the time you're back working on the navigation, which is of course nothing like flying. So I spent all my time trying to find a squadron somewhere in the Navy that would take people out of the multi-engine program, but that also had jet fighters. And I finally found one. In fact, I found several of them. These were called utility squadrons, and their job was to attack the U.S. fleet. Of course, attack in quotation marks. They were simulated attacks to train the fleet against aerial attacks. And the only question is which of these squadrons, there were quite a few of them, 3 or 4 on each coast, Atlantic and Pacific. Well, I decided for a long time that I wanted to go to the Pacific. For one thing, the weather is much nicer. And the second thing is that if you get to go overseas, you go to Japan, which I definitely wanted to go to, as opposed to anything in Europe. So I put in for Utility Squadron 7, San Diego, Brownfield, San Diego, Chula Vista, California. It's next to the last California city before the Mexican border. The last one is San Isidro. And that squadron had Panther jets. And so I thought, well, I'll put in for that to fly. They had what the Air Force called B-26s, which were originally the A-26, but they eliminated the A designation, and they dropped the original B-26, which was Martin, and they designated the Douglas Invader as the new B-26, and that's what the Navy had as towing targets. The Navy called them the JD, J for utility and D for Douglas. So another nice thing about this plane, even though it was multi-engine, it only had one pilot. The right seat was an observer with no controls. So you were if you were a pilot, an officer, and on board that airplane, you were the pilot in command, which didn't displease me at all because I had no one on the right seat to tell me what to do. And in fact, it was the other way around. Sometimes the young sailors that were stuck in the right seat there had never been in an airplane before in their lives. It was quite amusing because there was, of course, a piss tube that you could piss through during the flight, and it was just a funnel and a tube to take the urine out of the airplane. And so I wanted to check. One of the things you did before you started the engines was to check to make sure that you could talk to the person next to you. And so instead of picking up the microphone, he picked up the piss tube and tried to talk to me through that, this was too much for me. And I shut down the engine and told him to get out of the airplane. And I later bawled out the officer in charge of who had been in training with me, asking, and he said, well, what do you expect me to do about it? Well, it was obvious I expected him to send people to the airplane that knew the difference between a microphone and a piss tube. So that was one of the amusing facts that happened. And I enjoyed flying the B-26. It was the closest thing the Navy had to the Mosquito, in other words, a high-performance twin-engine plane. And in fact, it had a high-speed wing, exactly the same wing profile as the Panther. And I built up a lot of time in this airplane, and I enjoyed it very much. And I had a mission to San Francisco. So for a young ensign that just got their wings, I took the airplane and the crew, and we flew from San Diego to San Francisco, and we were to fly a mission where the fleet would fire at our target, but it was overcast, and of course, as usual, the fleet didn't care if they shot you down as long as they got their training. But of course, me and my crew had no intention of being shot down by our own ship. So I announced the rule, universal rule, is that you do not fire through an overcast. In other words, you have to be able to see the plane and the target and know which is which. So that was canceled, and I flew back to San Diego. But that was an example of where a very young officer with a minimum of experience was actually in charge of this deployment. And later, when I thought of it, I was rather impressed myself by the responsibility that I had. And of course, the crew members were very anxious to spend the night in San Francisco, which is, of course, a lot more interesting than San Diego. Anyway, but what I was in this VU-7 about was to fly the Panthers. And there was a Miramar Naval Air Station, was a big master jet base when jets were just starting to be the thing, the fighter plane of the Navy and and the Air Force. And they had a program, because they had a lot of pilots that were transferring from propeller fighters like the Bearcat to planes like the Panther, essentially, and the Banshee. But of course, you had to go to that school, and to go to that school, you had to have orders. So I talked to the operations officer, and I never knew why, but in life, you meet certain people, they like you, or they don't like you, or they're indifferent. This guy, from the first word, made it obvious to me that he didn't like me at all. And so I didn't realize this, of course, at first, and I opened the idea of getting orders to go to this jet transition school at Miramar 1 week long. And when I simply asked the question, he blew up and said, listen, you're here to fly the multi-engine planes. We have all kinds of jet fighter pilots because the squadron was getting people coming back from the Korean War, and they had only a month or 2 or 3 months to serve before they got out of the Navy, so they were sent to Utility Squadron 7. So we had jet fighter pilots coming out of our ears, but nobody to fly the multi-engine plane that I was there to fly. Well, I was surprised because generally speaking, it's not necessary to become angry when you make a request or answer the request. And he obviously became very angry about this. So I thought to myself, and when I think back about it, I'm amazed at my audacity. I decided to simply go around him and to do it in a very tricky way, because the same officer that I'd been in training with, who was in charge of training the sailors who sat in the right seat, he was also the assistant operations officer. So I said to him, please leave me off the schedule next week because I'm going to jet transition school. And he said, oh, that's interesting. And I said, yes. And so he did it. And and so the operations officer, which was the person I had asked, and of course was an important person, he was the equivalent of a major, and I was the equivalent of a second lieutenant. So the next Monday, I simply got in my car and drove over to jet transition school. Of course, I didn't have any orders, and when I got to the jet transition school, I just integrated into the class and skipped over the question of where my orders were, because I should have orders. But you see, that's the advantage when you're an officer. You're assumed that it's assumed that you're doing everything right. And of course, I was not doing everything right. So I drove back and forth every day to Miramar, and I did the jet transition school. And I was surprised because it was almost all theory and no practice. In other words, you didn't fly a jet, you just talked about it. And of course, that's important too. But on Friday, when I drove back after my last day in jet transition school, something very lucky happened, because when I arrived, the squadron was already shutting down and everybody was leaving Friday afternoon, you know. It's like everywhere. Thank God it's Friday, and everybody was leaving the base. And well, I showed up, and the chief came running over to me, and he said, I need a pilot to test fly a Panther that just came out of check, that is a mechanical check. And I said, okay. But of course, in these conditions, there has to be 2 planes and 2 pilots. One in the plane that's being checked, that was to be me, and one in another plane that chases along behind you to see what's going on, see if anything goes wrong with the airplane, and to give you advice. So it was comic tragic, because I said, okay, I got all my gear on, I got into the plane, I put on my helmet, and I motioned to the chief, and I said, how do you start this thing? Because that was no part of the training I got in the jet transition school. Of course, he was quite surprised, because starting a jet engine is simple as bonjour, as we say in French, but even though it's simple, you have to know how to do it. And he showed me, okay, well, you do this and that is super simple. And of course, the jet engine started, and there was no problem. And so I taxied out behind the other, he was a lieutenant commander, the equivalent of a major, of course a highly experimented guy, and I was to fly on his wing. And he opted for a section takeoff. That means you're already in formation on the runway and you take off in formation. And of course I'd never done that in my life because it's something that only happens in fighters, certainly not in big planes. And I already made a mistake. Happily, it's had no consequences, but I naturally assumed, since he was in front of me, that he took off first, and then I took off, still remaining in formation. But no, that is not the way it's done. The wingman takes off first. It's only when he's in the air that the principal aircraft and pilot take off. But it was of no importance, but he bawled me out when we got back on the ground. And I, of course, listened. I was pretty happy that everything had turned out all right. We had a nice flight. And another thing is, you know, it's obvious that jets fly fast. So my idea was, well, you raise the nose and you climb fast, but that's not the way it works at all. Jet aircraft climbs because it's going fast and the wings are producing lift. And you don't climb by pointing your nose up, you climb simply by going fast. And so he immediately called me up. He was then behind me because he was what's called the chase pilot. And he said, you're climbing too slowly, which of course is a very bad idea because your engine will heat up because it's, the jet engine temperature is crucial, and it keeps cool because of all the air, cold air that's coming in because you're going fast. So that's the object, is to keep the nose down, go fast, and keep the engine temperature down. But that was no big problem. So we flew around for a while, had a good time, nothing much happened. And then we got back on the ground, and he was a little surprised by the mistakes I'd made, but I didn't care. I'd gotten my flight, and in the next 3 months I did almost 40 hours in the Panther jet, which of course was the reason I'd come to VU7 in the first place. Well, I had several incidents. Another incident of a near mid-air collision with my principal pilot. I think I may have already described that. But then I realized that a lot of things that I should know about flying a jet aircraft I did not know. And since I'd not gone through the full training, and that it was a pretty risky thing I was doing. But I should mention what happened. Of course, in the long run, the next week when I was back in the squadron, of course the operation officer finally got word of what had happened, that I'd just, without orders, gone to jet transition school and come back and flown a jet already, and was on the jet program for that week. And he was, of course, furious, more than furious. This was what I had done was a court-martial offense. So he rushed to the commanding officer and blew his top. And the commanding officer, I found out later, had said, good initiative on the part of that, what I done. He said, I think every pilot in this squadron should be qualified in the Panther. And so he himself, the commanding officer, who was not jet qualified, he went to jet transition school. He did exactly what I had done, of course, with orders. And I had become a hero. In fact, I should have probably been court-martialed. But anyway, then I decided that what the plane I was flying was less important at that point than getting overseas. I didn't want to spend my 4 years in the Navy in San Diego, California. It's one of the things about, the famous phrase, join the Navy and see the world. And San Diego is not exactly the world. So I tried to get, first of all, obviously, I tried to get in a jet fighter squadron. But when they saw my dossier that I'd never been through jet training, they said no. And so I took the next best thing, which was to be a co-pilot in a patrol plane squadron. That training I had. And so I got a VP squadron based at Barbers Point, Oahu. It's the island where Honolulu is. And of course that means you have nice places to go on the weekends and so forth. And but here again, being from a Navy family, I was saying to myself, well, here you've been in the Navy for a year and a half, and you've never really been, other than the aircraft carrier for the few days you were qualifying, you've never really been on shipboard. And so going to Honolulu, I thought, of course, the obvious thing to do was to get a seat on a Navy transport plane, because the Navy has its own transport and passenger service between California and the Hawaiian Islands. But I found that there was a squadron of destroyers that was going about the same time, so I got orders on that. It was quite an interesting experience, because there I was with my wings, but I hardly knew one end of a ship from the other. But they were very hospitable and very nice to me. But I discovered that the motion of the ship made me sleepy. It's a form of seasickness. It's not a disagreeable form of seasickness, but it is a form of seasickness. And you get into bed and you sleep and you sleep and you sleep, and you never get enough sleep. And so at the end it became rather a farce, because first of all, they had the idea of qualifying me as an officer underway, officer of the deck underway. That means that you're in command of the ship for a certain 4 hours. The crew that are running the ship change every 4 hours. But then they decided, no, it was too complicated, so they didn't do that. But anyway, I enjoyed, I learned a lot. And when we approached the Hawaiian Islands, we got a message that our approach to the squadron is 4 destroyers, would be opposed by submarines. That is, of course, American submarines that would oppose our entrance into the area. And in fact, they not only opposed it, they did a very good job, because at one point I was on the bridge and here it came, right under the ship, a torpedo. Of course, it was deliberately arranged at a depth where it wouldn't touch the ship, but it went right beneath the center of the ship. It was a beautiful shot. And of course, the captain was very annoyed because, of course, that would be something against him on his record. But anyway, I had got the impression that the submarines were really the naval weapon. And the real naval weapon was not airplanes, because airplanes could not effectively find and kill submarines, at least not enough so as to be a real menace to submarines, but surface ships were a little better because they were at least in the water, so they had sonar. We had sonar too, but we had to throw sonar buoys into the water, and the sonar buoys, it was a complicated technology, and it wasn't very well developed. And I got my first taste of the fact of how much money the armed forces waste because they're constantly promoting their own solutions to problems, even when that solution is totally impractical. And the solution to submarines is submarines. You have killer submarines that hunt other submarines, and they are in the water, and not only in the water, but down at the depth where the other submarines are. And if you want to really frighten a submarine officer, and I know because my cousin was a submarine officer at the same time as I was in the airplanes, and just say, we've got another sub on the radar, on the sonar, and that will scare the hell out of him because he's up against a weapon system equivalent to his own and in his own media. But that's another question. Anyway, we got deployed, my big plane squadron, we got deployed to Iwakuni, Japan, which is on the Bay of Hiroshima. Hiroshima is the main city, and it's a large bay, and Iwakuni was a big Japanese Imperial Navy base, and also an airfield, basically an airfield for the kamikazes. And it was a very, very interesting place to be based. For example, I was living and sleeping in the dormitory where the kamikaze pilots lived before they went on their flight. And I've heard many people say, oh, well, the kamikazes, they were not effective and so forth, and it was mostly a romantic dream. Not at all. The kamikazes were extremely effective, and the U.S. fleet was very much afraid of them. And my commanding officer in VU-7 told me this story before I left San Diego. He had been in, of course, in the Second World War. He was the equivalent of a bird colonel. He was a captain, 4 stripes, and he told me one day that he'd been on the bridge of a small carrier, and they had just received planes that came back from a mission, and the elevator was down. Maybe I've already told this story. No? Well, the elevator was down to the maintenance deck, and all of a sudden, with no warning and from nowhere, came a kamikaze out of the sun. And he flew his plane right through the hole in the deck down to the lower deck. And of course, the lower deck, it was all bombs and other munitions that were being put in the planes, and of course aviation fuel too. And he said, I never left the bridge, but in about 5 minutes I was in the water. That's how fast the ship went down. So it makes me laugh when people say the kamikazes were not effective. They were very effective, but of course Japan was losing the war, and there weren't enough of them to change the result of the war. So then we were stationed in Iwakuni, and when you're in the armed forces at that time, you get a month off every year. but I'd never taken my month off. First of all, in the training program, you don't take a month off. You're in the training program, and that's it for 18 months. And so now I had already done, I was in my 4th year, so I had 3 full months. And so I took them in Japan. I became a tourist and went around. And one day in what you call the corridor, and in the Navy, of course, we call it the passageway, and the commanding officer said to me, "Don't you know that we're here to fight a war?" Because I was never around. I was always on, every time he wanted me, I was on leave. And I looked very serious and said, "Yes, sir, you're right." But of course I didn't give a damn, and I continued to go on to take my time off all the time. And I went all over Japan, and I had a great time in Japan, and that's where I came in contact for the first time with Buddhism. And it was to have a determinate effect because, of course, growing up during the Second World War, we were told that the Japanese were somewhere between human beings and monkeys. And there were even cartoons in which the Japanese were shown as monkeys dressed up in Japanese war costumes as soldiers and sailors and so forth. And so when I got to Japan, I'd already been warned by people in San Diego who were going the other way, returning to civilian life. The Japanese were really quite nice people. And for example, they said to me, the people that had actually fought in the war, when they got to Japan, they quickly became buddies with the Japanese. But the people who came after that didn't know anything about the war, they were the ones who were hating the Japanese. But they had no reason to hate the Japanese. So one of the things that I did during my time is I learned quite a bit of Japanese, and even today I can talk with Japanese tourists here in Geneva or looking for directions and so forth. And as I said, I was very impressed by these people that we were taught to hate, which were nicer, I found, on the average than the people I met in the States. So I asked myself, well, what's the basis of this, of the positive aspects of Japanese character? And of course I came up with the conclusion, Buddhism. And so when we finally left Japan, the other officers took away big glass boxes with poopies made up like geisha girls, but I took away a book called Zen Flesh, Zen Bones, which was a classic, a book which combined classical Zen text. That's the way I thought of it then. Of course, it's really based on Chinese Chan, as I found out later. Well, this book was to start me thinking about, because in the meantime, I was less than convinced vis-a-vis Christianism. And after all, it was this wonderful Christian country that had dropped not one, but 2 atomic bombs. So they couldn't say, well, we didn't know how horrible it would be. They knew very well how horrible it would be when they dropped the second one on Nagasaki, and also they knew the Japanese were surrendering. They were in the process of surrendering. Anyway, so that was I left the Navy, and around Christmas time, they let us go a little bit early so we could be back to our relatives at Christmas time. And I wanted to go to law school, and I think I've already explained that the reason I didn't go to Yale or I don't know if I could have gotten into Harvard, perhaps not, but I could have probably gotten into Yale based on the results of my law aptitude test. I found out later that law schools put a great deal of importance, assign a great deal of importance to the law aptitude test, and I had an unbelievably good score on this because all my life I'd heard dinner table talk around law and law cases. So it was easy, most of it was easy for me. Anyway, but the problem with going to Yale, which I may well have made a mistake to not do, was that they only accepted, because they were a good law school, they only accepted students in September. And I was getting out in December. Well, that's a long time from December till September. And I didn't want to waste that time because I had an enormous store of energy, and I had gone from a more or less a loser, which I'd been as an undergraduate, to a big winner, and I wanted to keep that tempo going. So I opted to go to America's first law school, which is in Virginia, William and Mary, and it was the option of being a big, the expression in English is to be a big frog in a small pond. And it was a small pond, and I was a big frog. And I graduated 3 years later, first in my class, editor-in-chief of the Law Review, and I also won a prize for writing a will. Actually, I won the prize by default because there were only two of us that submitted, and two of us for two prizes, and we both made the same mistake in writing the will, and that's what it was all about. But since there were only two contestants and two prizes, we both got a prize. But anyway, my mother, who, to my very great surprise, flew to Virginia for my graduation, she was impressed, and in fact, it was a very upbeat time of my life. So, what then? Well, when you come out of a little-known law school, even though it's the first law school in America, it doesn't, I don't know why, but a well-known New York law firm wrote to the dean of our law school asking him to recommend someone from the school to come and be a apprentice in their law cabinet in New York. It was Meyer, Kissel, Matson, Seward. Sounds very Jewish, but in fact they were all Germans, German Americans, and in fact very anti-Semitic. There were they wouldn't allow any Jews to be apprentice in their, but there was one, but he was clandestine. And I told him I thought it was the wrong way to start his law career, but knowing what I know now, perhaps he knew better than I did what to do. But anyway, they sent a letter to our dean, and our dean called me in and said, well, I'm going to recommend you. I was the outstanding student in the graduating class at that time. And we, of course, in the meantime, had taken the bar exam of Virginia, which is a rather prestigious one because the national capital in the District of Columbia, was a part of Maryland, but Maryland is right across the river from Virginia, and most of the people who are practicing in the federal system in the District of Columbia have passed the law, the bar exam in Virginia. So that was not a minor accomplishment. And after we got the results, of course, I had passed. But the interesting thing was to find out how well, because they don't announce deliberately, they don't give any priority. They don't tell you that certain people pass better than others, because the idea is not to prejudice the public to think there's some good lawyers and some bad lawyers, despite the fact that that's the case, of course. So we had a session of all the people who had taken the bar exam at the same time, and the dean read out the questions and asked for volunteers to answer them. And it ended up to be he would ask some other person to answer, and then he said, no, that isn't it. And then he'd ask me, and I'd give the right answer consistently. I don't remember one single question where I had not given the right answer. So that was very satisfying for me, although I didn't consider the composition to be very challenging. Anyway, I was recommended to Meyer, Kissel, Matson, Seward, so I went up to New York, and I stayed in my legal fraternity, or was it my undergraduate fraternity? I can't remember which. One was Phi Alpha Delta, and the other was Delta Alpha Phi. And one of the two had a house in New York, and where, you could stay there. So I simply moved in for 3 months, which was probably longer than they expected people to stay, but I didn't care. In the meantime, I had applied to go to Oxford, and of course Meyer, Kissel, Matson, Seward didn't know that, but of course I didn't tell them, but I was just marching third place while waiting to hear from Oxford or Cambridge. And well, I was accepted at several colleges at both Oxford and Cambridge, but I ended up accepting Merton College, Oxford. One reason is you always say Oxford and Cambridge, you never say Cambridge and Oxford. So and of course Oxford is older than Cambridge, and well, Oxford leads in what you might call liberal arts, and law is in that category, whereas Cambridge leads in sciences. And so there again, Oxford would be the right choice. And Merton was the first college at Oxford, so I accepted Merton. And the rules of the game were that once one college accepts you, you have to accept it or not, and inform all the other colleges that if you accept the one that's accepted you, that you're no longer a candidate. Well, if I had to do over again, knowing what I know now about the world, I would have played it differently. I would have accepted Merton. I would have told all the other colleges at Oxford that I accepted Merton, but I wouldn't tell the colleges at Cambridge, and wait and see who would accept me at Cambridge, because after all, there's some really well-known and prestigious colleges at Cambridge, like Trinity, where Isaac Newton developed his theory of gravity and so forth, but there again in science. But I played it straight, naive person that I was. I accepted Merton, and I told everybody, including the colleges at Cambridge, that I already accepted Merton. But after I got to Oxford, well, I took the weekend and I drove to Cambridge because I was curious in the colleges that I might have been accepted or were accepted, to see what they were like compared with Merton. And I remember there was a college at which I was sure I would be accepted. I forget now what it was called. Magdalen, that's what it was called. There was a Magdalen College, Cambridge, and a Magdalen College, Oxford. So I went to Magdalen to see what it was like. And I was rather impressed because it was dinner time. And I knew from my experience at Merton that I could walk into the college and walk into the dining room. Well, I didn't sit down, of course, but I had a good look around, and I was highly impressed because at Magdalen College, Cambridge, they ate off linen tablecloths with candles. And of course, there was nothing like that at Merton. We ate off the table, and we with little electric lamps. And of course, it was not at all the same atmosphere. And so I went away from Cambridge asking myself if playing it straight had not been the right approach or not. But anyway, I had been a lackadaisical student at the University of Chicago, and I'd been a rigorous student at William and Mary, and I became again a lackadaisical student at Oxford because, as I told my mother before I left for England, that I had absolutely no intention of working, but to live the Oxford life. And I don't know how it is today, but in those days, you could spend your whole day and not do anything to do with education. You could row in the afternoon, and there was just all kinds of extracurricular activities, some more interesting, of course, than others. I joined the bell ringers. The bell ringers on Sunday evening, around 5 o'clock, they used to ring all the bells in all the churches, and since every college has a chapel, that's also a church, and it had bells too. So about whatever time it was, 5 or 6 or 7 on Sunday evening, all the bells would ring in Oxford, and it was quite a nice experience. I still think church bells ringing is a moving experience. In any case, I didn't get anything really out of, what I got was that my original Bachelor of, William and Mary was called Bachelor of Civil Law, and it was changed because of my Oxford work. I did do some work into Juris Doctor, so that's how I had, and I have a friend bought me the robes of my Juris Doctor degree, and I have them here in the closet, and I wore them at the Dies Academicus. That's one of the reasons I turned off, I think it was last Friday, I turned off that so I could go to the Dies Academicus, because it's the only time in the year I wear my robes. And in case you're wondering, they cost $1,000, which is about 1,200 francs. And so I was very appreciative of it. In fact, it was the lady who, my disciple and student who died on last Tuesday and whose funeral I'm going to today. I was very reconnaissant of her generosity. Well, at Oxford, originally, I was to work with Sir Humphrey Waldock, and if that had worked out, it would have been an enormous advantage because he was very, very, very high placed in international law, which is a field that I wanted to work in. And So I went to have an interview with him, but it was disastrous. First of all, like most English people who are highly placed in their profession, they're rather suspicious of Americans as being poorly qualified, poorly trained, and so forth. And I didn't have an interview with him alone. There was a girl there who was Swedish, and everything that he was looking for, I would have to say, no, I didn't have it, but the Swedish girl did. And so I came out of that experience really second best, and he pushed me to one side among his students, thinking that I would do nothing, and he was absolutely right. I did nothing, and but his rejection was part of the fact I did nothing. The Swedish girl, well, she was blonde, but she was not good to look at. You could see why she wanted to be a lawyer or something like that, because she would have difficulty finding a husband. But anyway, one of the things Sir Humphrey, who was later made president of the World Court at The Hague, and higher than president of the court at The Hague in international law, there's just nothing higher than that. And he was of the old school that thought if you were a diplomat, you spoke French. And of course, my Swedish girl competitor, she spoke French perfectly. And of course, as a typical American, my French was practically non-existent. So that was a disaster. And so I actually did the everyday work with another professor who had nothing to do with Sir Humphrey Waldock. You see, Sir Humphrey Waldock was in All Souls College, and All Souls College is unique at Oxford because there are no students. They tutor students, but the students come from other colleges. So All Souls are all professors. It's a unique and refined experience. Someone once said that the high table in the dining room, of course when the college was built just like any other college, so it has a dining room, and then you go up one step at the end of the dining room and you have the table where the professors sit. That's called high table. And of course there are no students. You just have a high table, and someone said the table talk at All Souls must be sort of ultimate in the intellectual life of the whole country, the whole world for that matter, in their domains. And of course it's probably quite true. But at least I had a card that admitted me to the library. I can't remember what it was called. I don't think it was called the Bodleian, that was something else. But one day, inadvertently, I showed my card to another student, and I've never forgotten how impressed he was that I had a card that admitted me to that library. You see, that was gave you an idea of All Souls. Just to have a card to get into their library was already something that put you in a class by yourself. But of course, I did go regularly to the library, but I didn't do very much with what I found there. For one thing, my advisor, it was interesting, his name was John Rogerson. And at that time, my name was Roger Johnson. So it was just the opposite. It was quite amusing. Anyway, he quickly realized that I wasn't going to do anything of any real interest. And in addition, he chose the subject that I was going to work on, which was, I thought, rather surprising. And he chose something that I considered of absolutely no interest whatsoever. It was a famous question of whether the American acceptance of the jurisdiction of the World Court was effective or not, because, and this has to do with the Swiss votation in a few weeks, the World Court, in order for you to bring a case before the World Court, you have to accept the jurisdiction and the country against which your case is operating, they also have to accept it. Well, the American acceptance doesn't follow exactly the formula that the court proposed for the acceptance, and the question has always been, is it really an acceptance or not? But so much has been written about this, I thought to myself, there's absolutely nothing new that you can bring forward in this, and it destroyed my whole interest in working on this question, because after all, I did know, I had taken courses in international law as an undergraduate in the law school. So, anyway, I finished up at Oxford, and my idea was to do what Oxford students do after they finish. Even though I didn't get a degree, was to go on a grand tour on the continent with their tutor. Of course, I'm talking about rich, young English noblemen doing their grand tour. And it's quite amusing. Most people don't realize it. But if you get the bachelor's degree from Oxford, and then you go away from Oxford and sever all connections with Oxford, you don't do anything whatsoever. Just the time rolls on for 1 year. You come back and they give you a master's degree, just on the fact you have a bachelor's degree and the lapse of 1 year, or perhaps it's 2 years, I don't remember, but I think it's 1 year, and you get a master's degree just by still being alive. I had a friend at Oxford who'd done something very clever. His project was the illumination in ancient books. You know what the illumination is? The first letter of the chapter is usually very complicated and so forth, engraved. And he went all over Europe at the expense of the foundation, which had given him this grant to do it, and photographed these illuminations in the different books. There was practically no text that he did, except just explanatory where he had found the book and so forth. And he got a doctor's degree. And I thought since then, he was one hell of a clever guy. He got a grand tour of Europe paid for by the foundation. He got a doctor's degree, and he did practically nothing in the usual sense of an intellectual contribution to the subject. And it was one of the many examples I've had that, well, we used to say in the Navy, there's a right way, a wrong way, and then there's the Navy way. And some people know how to go through life using the Navy way, like this guy, and coming out much the better off for it. Anyway, I finished up my Oxford career by buying a little sports car. It was the Austin Healey Sprite. The first Sprite model had the eyes that stuck up, and it looked like a frog, and everybody laughed at it, but it was terribly cheap, and it ran on a motor that was less than one whatever the volume is, less than one liter engine. It was 900 and some. And there was later a MG model, but I didn't wait for the MG model. I took the second Sprite model, which was conventional design and not disagreeable. And I started my tour around Europe, and in fact I came to Geneva among other places, and I finally ended up in the Lebanon. Of course, in those days, and I've often thought about it, what I did in those days you couldn't do today because of the question of security. And so I'd driven all the way across Europe. That was no problem. I drove through Turkey. That was no problem. I drove into the Lebanon. And I finally decided to send my car back to the United States. And they were very nice to me at the shipping place by demounting, and you could easily demount the windscreen. They got it into a package that was amazingly small. And so I sent it back for a very small amount of money. I was surprised how cheap it was. And then I continued, of course. I went down through Egypt, and I took a ship from Egypt to it was the Anchor Line. It doesn't exist anymore. It was a classic steamboat, and it was all first class, so I had to buy a first class ticket. But the main thing in the first class was that you had these tremendous meals. You had these menus that you could spend an hour just trying to read the menu to the end. And at one sitting, I thought I'd try to order something from every category on the menu. And after I was about halfway through, the waiter said, "I know what you're doing, and that you're not supposed to do it. We're not supposed to allow you." But I didn't pay any attention. I went right on, and I ate my way through the menu. But of course, it was much too much food, and it should be against the rules. But anyway, so the ship stopped at Karachi in, well, it stopped at a lot of places. It stopped in Aden, for example. And you see immediately why you couldn't do these things today, because the state of the world is such that places like Amen and so forth, you would probably get killed or something of that nature. Anyway, we had every stop there were announcements of possible tours you could take on shore, and of course I took advantage of every one. And I remember going ashore in Karachi, and for the first time I got on the back of a camel. Of course, now it's laughable, but at the time it was quite an amusing experience. But we visited, among other things, a Buddhist temple. And more recently, I've been back to Karachi, and I not only couldn't find a Buddhist temple anymore, I couldn't even find anyone who would accept that a Buddhist temple had existed in Karachi, because of course now it's a purely Muslim country, and they wouldn't, they assume they wouldn't allow such a thing. But of course, a country like Iran was a Buddhist country before it became a Muslim country, and it's not the only example. Well, then we went on to Bombay, and I spent some time traveling in India. It was quite an interesting experience, surprising experience. And of course, I had the possibility of some contact with Buddhism, but I was at that time still very naive about these things. And I continued to travel. I spent 3 days in Burma, which at the time was the maximum time you could stay in, and you had to stay in the area of Rangoon. It was very different than it became later and that it is today. And then I went down, went to, in a plane, Rangoon, the Burmese airline, to Bangkok, and took the train down to Singapore, stopping in Penang on the way. And I remember visiting the Temple of the Snakes. It was full of these white snakes, which they tell me were good to eat. Personally, the idea of eating a snake, it didn't appeal to me. But anyway, I discovered in that temple that some intelligent people really believe in things that I'd always considered superstition. In that temple, there was a priest who predicted the outcome of horse races. And while I was visiting the temple, I met someone who regularly came there and asked for the advice of that priest and gave him money for the advice. And probably my reaction was one of ridicule. But he insisted that he had had good results with the prediction of the priest, so he didn't care whether I thought it was superstition or not. That opened a new chapter in my view of the world. And anyway, I continued on. I got to Singapore, and after I looked around in the Singapore, which was nothing like the Singapore of today, which of course, as you know, is all ultra modern. At that time, and still today, Singapore is essentially a Chinese city with only less than 10% of non-Chinese. And the result was you could still see things in Singapore that you couldn't see anymore in mainland China. For example, I remember street opera and also the City of the Dead, the House of the Dead, where people who were dying would buy their coffin and go sleep in their coffin, and all their friends who heard that they had installed themselves in the House of the Dead would go to say goodbye to them. And then by some mysterious mechanism or reaction, they do die after a few weeks, and that's the way the House of the Dead work. There are also fortune tellers in the street, and I was fascinated by that. In any case, it was in a way, but I should have liked to have stayed at the famous Raffles Hotel in Singapore, which of course still exists, and I think they've now opened Raffles hotels in many other places in the world. But at that time as a student, I was watching every penny because I didn't know about getting back to the United States. But anyway, I took the ship to Borneo, and the ship went up the river into Borneo. It was a small ship, and that was the way that their trade worked. I remember they had, since there were Muslims in Borneo, and Muslims, they have a system called something like halal, and it's a way of killing the animal. It's something like, for Jews, kosher. And these poor animals were carried alive on the deck, and of course, they got seasick. Animals get seasick. That's surprising, because you think for human beings is purely psychological. Well, if it were purely psychological, animals wouldn't get it. But the poor animals were terribly sick, and of course at the end of the ride, they got their throats cut, because the idea is that the blood goes out of the animal. Anyway, I think it was in Cushing, or perhaps that was further north. Anyway, I stayed in the clan house, the Chinese clan house. That's an interesting idea, that the Chinese clans, when they're outside of China, they have clan houses as a social element of social coherence of their community. Anyway, then I went north to Cushing, and where they have enormous bats that fly in every night from the island off the shore of Borneo, and they feed frequently on cattle. They are vampire bats, and it was quite, they were big. They were called flying foxes, and the sky was black with them every night. It was a very interesting experience. Then I flew on to Hong Kong, and that was my first contact with China. I was very impressed, very different than today. Firecrackers. I was there at New Year's. I had now arrived at New Year's, which is usually in February, between the end of January and the middle of February. And then I took a merchant ship on to Japan, and finally across the Pacific. And of course I'd been to Japan before, spoke the language a little bit, and I became sort of the unofficial guide of the Usabi. Freighters carry passengers too, and if you ever want to make a voyage around the world or so forth, I suggest you try that. And the best thing is to get on a Turkish freighter. And why? Because the food is good, Turkish food is good, and they're terribly, terribly cheap. But my ship was an American ship, and the captain died of one of the diseases you're supposed to have a shot against, but he had been called specially to make this trip, and we got to the United States, and we were all told that we had been exposed to, I forget what it was, perhaps typhus or typhoid, one of those diseases. And I stopped to see my father on the way back, and he bought me a car. He bought me an MGB, a nice one. No, I think it was an MGA, yes, that's what it was. It was an MGA. And I drove back, and finally, during my description of my service with the Aéronavale Américaine au Japon, j'ai admis de raconter deux incidents qui peuvent être intéressants. Le premier, c'était l'interception par 4 MiG soviétiques en face de Vladivostok. En fin de compte, ces missions, après le truce avec Corée du Nord, ces missions étaient de tester le système d'interception des Russes vis-à-vis Vladivostok. Et nous étions l'équipe qui simplement transport ces personnes et leur équipement électronique en face de Vladivostok, mais personne n'a jamais nous expliqué le sens de ça. Mais une chose il ne peut pas éviter, c'est que chaque personne qui est dans l'avion doit avoir leur nom et leur rang, leur numéro de service, etc. dans les forces armées. Ça, il ne peut pas nous cacher. Et tout le nom des personnes supercargo qui sont venues sur ces missions étaient les noms polonais ou russes. Alors c'était évident qu'ils sont des personnes avec une capacité de langue russe ou, oui, de langue russe. Et il a des élaborés équipements de recordement aussi bien de la voix des pilotes russes et aussi de le grand contrôle qui nous intercepte. Et tout qu'on savent, c'est qu'on vole vers Vladivostok jusqu'à nous sommes interceptés. Alors, évidemment, dans les circonstances, les Russes ne peuvent pas accepter qu'un avion militaire d'un pays étranger peut survoler une ville importante comme Vladivostok et inévitablement, plus tard, nous sommes interceptés. Et je me souvenais comme si c'était hier l'interception. Personnellement, je n'ai pas vu au premier lieu. Nous avons un matelot dans le tail turret of the aircraft. Et il m'a téléphoné et dit, nous avons de la compagnie. Et je regardais mon côté et derrière, et voilà, 4 MIG en formation volant sur notre aile. Et je me souvenais très bien que mon première réaction, c'était une réaction esthétique. C'est-à-dire, à l'époque, il a simplement mis un vernis clair sur l'avion. Alors, il a l'apparence d'être aluminium, plus les étoiles crimson sur l'empennage. Et en regardant ces avions avec leurs étoiles dans le soleil brillant, ma première réaction, c'était comme c'est beau. Mais évidemment, tout de suite après, j'ai compris que c'était nous étant dans une situation délicate, c'est le moins qu'on peut se dire. Et le pilote a correctement tourné très steeply to the left away from them and also descendu rapidement à le niveau de la mer. Notre tactique was very simple. Either if they don't follow us, that's all the better. If they do follow us, then we will descend so rapidly and pull out so at the last moment above the water, and being aircraft of the aeronaval, évidemment, we're quite used to flying as low as 50 feet off the water, so low that it would be practically impossible for them to fly under us. And then we would hope that they would collide with the water. But that didn't happen. They didn't follow us. And so we got away. And the mission, that was the end of the mission. But the crew that was recording all that got what they wanted. and happily that was the only incident in which we were intercepted, although it had to do with something that was in the news later when the South Korean jumbo jet full of passengers was shot down by the Russian interceptors. And it was a direct result of what we had been doing, because at a certain point, the Air Force took over that mission, and they used Boeing the standard one was 37, no, not 37, it was larger than that. It wasn't 47, that was a jumbo. It was a standard 4-engine Boeing converted for electronic countermeasures, which is exactly what the people in the back of our plane had been doing, but with an aircraft that was designed from the beginning for that mission. Ours was not. And what happened to the Korean jumbo jet, of course, what the American people and other people were told was complete nonsense. It wasn't just the Russians didn't know what better to do that day than to shoot down a civilian aircraft full of passengers. It wasn't that at all. What happened was, it was easy to construct, is that the Russians had intercepted the Korean jumbo, and being correct, interception is from below and behind, and from that angle there's no noticeable difference between the standard Boeing and a jumbo Boeing, because the only difference you see would be from the side. At the same altitude, you have the bump at the top, which was the upper deck first class lounge. What happened apparently was that they intercepted the jumbo jet, and then the interceptor was running low on fuel, so they replaced him, but he had to leave his station of interception before the relief came. And when the relief came, coming from below and behind the jet, they identified it as being the U.S. Air Force Boeing, the electronic countermeasures Boeing, and they received the order to shoot it down. In other words, the Russians had run out of patience with this game that we had started playing, and the Air Force had continued to playing after we were relieved of that mission. So that's why several hundred passengers lost their lives, was basically because of the illegal game that we had been playing, because of course a military plane has absolutely no right to fly toward a city of another country in that fashion. But of course the American people and other people were told that the Russians simply had nothing better to do that day than to shoot down a civilian airliner, which of course was complete nonsense, because they had absolutely no interest in doing any such thing. The other incident that was interesting was, again, we were engaged in illegal, as I later found out studying international law, we were engaged in another illegal activity, and that was to fly close to any Russian Navy ships that we saw. Our mission was basically to record Russian, Soviet tankers and other civil commercial craft in order to keep track of what they were doing. And of course, that's how the Americans discovered originally that the Russians were bringing missiles into Cuba. Was exactly the same thing as what we were doing, photographing. And we had cameras like you've never seen in your life before. The lenses were about 1 foot wide, and I'd seen some of the photos that they had taken, and the Russian officers on the bridge of the Soviet Navy ships, you could see the buttons, the design on the buttons on the uniform. That's the kind of resolution it had. But in international law, a warship is not the same as a commercial ship. A commercial ship, you can fly right up to it, you can fly over it. It has no particular immunity to inspection. On the contrary, for example, the surface ships, if you have a surface ship, you can hail a commercial vessel and go aboard it and look at its papers. But of course, there's no question that you can do that with a naval ship. And what we were doing, flying right alongside the Russian cruiser in this case, was absolutely a violation of international law, because a foreign warship is the same as an island. It's the same as the territory of the country, and therefore you should be 20 miles, which is something almost 40 kilometers away from it. But we were right alongside of them, and so I don't remember if we had any other case with my personal aircraft of flying next to a Soviet warship or not. But anyway, just as we finished passing, immediately, we were still more or less alongside of it. They fired a missile at us, and we in the crew assumed that they deliberately missed us. I don't think they would have missed us if they'd wanted to hit us, because we were so close. Missing us would have been difficult, but it frightened us. It frightened me personally, and we turned away, and we certainly did not go back toward the cruiser again. And it seemed to me to be their way of saying, look, you're in violation of the law, and you must know it. And I don't remember if I knew it at the time, but I found out later when I studied international law. Anyway, these two incidents were the closest I ever came to combat, and frankly, I wasn't sorry. My mother had told me before I left that she wanted no dead heroes in our family, and for once I agreed with her 100%. For me, flying in the Navy, it was wearing one of the most handsome uniforms in the world, and also the joy of flying, particularly jet fighters. I enjoyed that very much. But getting shot down or shooting anyone else down was not something that appealed to me in the least. I know when our squadron got orders to go to Japan, and the possibility that we would see combat, certain people were very anxious to get something in their record that would help them advance in the Navy. I never had that ambition at all whatsoever. Anyway, now to retake the story from the time that I got out of the Navy, I found myself in New York, and I think I've already described the fact that my mother had moved to Scarsdale, New York, which is one of the most the most prestigeful suburb, and I was, for the first time in my life, I'd finished all the aspects of preparing for my career, and now I was going to start my career. My mother had found me a job, or at least an interview for a job, with the State Department mission at the United Nations in New York. I never went to that interview because in the meantime, coming out of the Grand Central Station, where the suburban train from Scarsdale had taken me, I looked up and there was a Pan Am building. And I said to myself, well, I have an airline pilot's license that I got as a result of big plane flying in the Navy. And I had, in the meantime, gone to William and Mary, where I'd, unlike my undergraduate years, I'd been a very successful law student. I think I've already described the fact of being editor, assistant editor, and finally editor-in-chief of the Law Review. I graduated first in my promotion, and I also won a prize for writing a testament. My mother, who had exceptionally, and to my very great surprise, flown to Williamsburg to assist at my graduation, was very much impressed, as indeed she should have been, and congratulated me. But I went to, first of all, I made a big mistake. If you want a good job, you don't go to the employment department of a big corporation. You go right to the person that you're going to work with if you get the job. But I didn't know that, so I went to the employment department of Pan Am, and I had a woman who interviewed me. And actually my credentials, my CV, were extremely impressive. But she made it a point of being very unimpressed with me, and in fact she turned me off in a big way, which is probably what she was trying to do. Remember, at that time I was a garçon, and I was a man, and I had been in Phoenix, Arizona to visit my father on my way east, and it was what they called the frontier days, and every man was supposed to wear a beard, which was unusual in those days, and so I joined the trend, and I didn't see any good reason to shave it off, and I went to the Pan Am interview with a beard. Well, in those days, American men just didn't wear beards. You were a sort of a tramp or hobo, and so forth. And at the end of the interview, she said to me, she ended the interview with, "And shave off that beard." And I thought to myself, well, I can't repeat what I thought because it wasn't decent, but I thought, well, I'm certainly back in America, and it wasn't very agreeable. But anyway, for once I did the right thing. I thought to myself, well, I have excellent qualifications, and I'm going to try to get into this company. And so I went straight to the legal department, and I went to the secretary of the #1 vice president in charge of the legal department. I remember his name. His name was Perry. He was a tall, distinguished person. I'd never met him. And I went to his secretary and presented my CV, and she tried to discourage me. That's what secretaries are for. And she said, well, we don't have any openings and so forth. But I uncharacteristically insisted, and I said, well, please show Mr. Perry my CV anyway. So I sat down, and she went into Mr. Perry's office, and very soon came out with a very funny expression on her face. And she said, Mr. Perry will see you now, which was not at all the reaction that she had expected, or me either for that matter. So I went in and I sat down, and he said the sort of things you usually say in that kind of a meeting. And finally he said, he couldn't control himself any longer. He had a big smile and he said, how did you like your years at Merton? He was referring to Merton College, Oxford. And I said, well, it was a very interesting experience. He said, did you row? And I said, yes, I did. I was in the second 8. And his smile became enormous, and he said, I rowed for Merton in 1938, and you got the job. An absolutely incredible coincidence, because you have to understand that Merton is the second smallest college at Oxford, and it has something like 100, at that time had 160 students, and before the war it was probably less, more like 100. So my chances of walking into somebody's office who'd been to Merton College, Oxford, was practically zero, but it's one of those coincidences that happened in my life that's really, these things form your life. And I got the job with Pan American, and I had to tell my mother that thanks very much for her help in getting me an interview for the U.S. mission to the United Nations. I'll never know how that would have turned out, but it was one time that my mother actually seemed to be trying to help me. And so I started. I didn't have a job in the legal department proprement dit. What Pan Am was doing, you may not know that Pan Am had overseas lines, but it didn't have anything domestically in the United States. That meant that if an American businessman wanted to go to Europe, and he was starting from Chicago or Denver or St. Louis or Atlanta, Georgia, he would have to change planes if he wanted to go overseas, because he couldn't fly from where he was to New York and then go on the same plane if he wanted to fly Pan American. At that time, Pan American was the only U.S. overseas airline. And this was a big disadvantage. So the president, the famous Juan Tripp, whose name was really James Tripp, but changed his name to Juan because of the fact that Pan American, as the name implies, was originally for the 2 or 3 American continents, and the lines of Pan American were originally all in South America. And so Juan changed his name to from James to Juan Tripp, and it was the kind of person that whatever you could say against him, and there was a lot you could say against him, because he had absolutely no regard for any federal rules or regulations about airlines, and he had someone in Washington working full-time to help him get around any regulations he didn't want to follow, which finally got him into so much trouble that in retaliation, the government gave TWA overseas. It used to be Transcontinental and Western, not Trans World Airlines, as it became when it went overseas. It was part of the big fight between Howard Hughes, who was president of TWA, and Juan Trippe, who was president of Pan American. And TWA won, as they probably deserved to win. But in the meantime, I was in this department that had been set up to buy business jets, which are something quite common now. In fact, Geneva is practically the world capital of business jet aviation. It's what's known technically as general aviation. And at that time, it was something entirely new, the idea of a company owning its own plane and flying where it wants to everywhere in the world with its own pilots and so forth. That was a revolutionary idea. And I was the one lawyer in the, as Mr. Perry said to me, your job is to watch what they're doing and try to keep them out of trouble. And if they insist on doing something illegal, you come and tell me. I was sort of a spy for the legal department, and this was called Business Jets Division. And Pan American is not the kind of company that did things halfway. And they had a contract, believe it or not, for buying 160 of these Marcel Dassault constructed, which became known as the Fanjet Falcon. At that time, Charles Lindbergh was on the board of Pan American, and he had been to the Paris Air Show and seen the first models of this business aircraft, and he told Juan Trippe, this is a chance for us, we should buy them. And we, Pan American, launched the production of these jets, and they became, and still are, a very popular, it was at the beginning twin engine, and it became a 3-engine plane, a long distance plane. And of course, there was a problem in the sales department because at that time, Charles de Gaulle wasn't very popular in the United States. The United States was having one of its frequent problems with France, who never wanted to accept American leadership and still don't today. And the result of that was that trying to sell a French-built airplane in competition with several American-built business jets, which had just come out. The Sabre jet was one of them, built by North American, and another one was a 4-engine model with two engines on each side, which of course gave it a much longer range and so forth. I remember flying to Minneapolis because, as chance would have it, my great uncle had since been appointed to the Supreme Court of Minnesota, and so he was nice enough to invite me to lunch in his club with the top businessmen, and I explained this completely revolutionary idea, which about which most of them were very skeptical. And of course, today it's practically a matter of fact that any big company will have its own business jet to fly the executives around. Anyway, the business jet division was run by James Taylor, who, like all of us in the division at the executive level, was an ex-Navy pilot, but an ex-Navy pilot with a difference in that he had gone in when the Navy was desperate for pilots during the Second World War and did not require a college education. And James had never been to university. And of course, the rest of us all had. And particularly in my case, where I'd not only been to university, but also to law school after a BA at the University of Chicago. And he took delight in finding things that I didn't know as well as he did, because he had this complex about not having a college education. And also, when he arrived at the business jet division, the the team had already been hired, and he systematically, one after the other, fired everyone because he wanted to hire his own people, which was one way of looking at things, but it was typical of James Taylor not to be exceptionally sophisticated in his way of going about things. And he finally got around to firing me on a pretext. So my first reaction was to go back to, I think his name was John Perry, and ask him if he could put me in the legal department, and there was no place for me in the legal department. So I decided to do something very surprising. I'm surprised at myself. I decided to go back to Europe. And so I simply went as a tourist to Paris and settled in. And a lot of Americans had done the same thing. Like all foreigners, you were allowed to stay for 3 months. But since nobody ever checked your passport, the worst it could mean is that you should leave France for an hour and then come back every 3 months, and you were considered okay. And so I went to my Naval Officers Reserve meeting at the embassy in Paris, which was right across the street from the Crillon Hotel. And basically I looked for a job. But I don't think I need to tell you that the French are passively anti-American. And at that time I spoke French even worse than I do now. And getting into a French law firm proved to be practically impossible. Language was a problem, and then practically every law firm had one of their members who had gone to the United States and got a master's degree and so forth. So what I thought were exceptional qualifications didn't turn out to be so exceptional at all. So as I look back on it, perhaps I wasted a lot of time. I think the idea was that I would give it up and return to the United States, but I'm not a giving up kind of person. And then something very interesting happened. Every 2 years there's a Paris Air Show, and the Russians were very big at the Paris Air Show at that time with their big cargo planes. If you've never actually seen one of these planes, they're still around, and they carry exceptionally large cargoes. For example, sailing ships that have to be sport ships that are doing things like the Vendée Globe and things that have to be transported from one part of the world to another frequently take these ex-Soviet company planes because they are enormous. Anyway, I went to the Paris Air Show, and I went to the Soviet exhibition to look at their big planes, and they took my breath away. You walk into the cargo, up the cargo ramp at the back, and into them, and you could hardly throw a baseball high enough to hit the ceiling, and in the inside they were that big. Well, then it's a long and interesting story, but I have to make it short for the purpose of this video. I found this physically substantial person obviously wanting to talk to me and standing next to me, and I saw no reason not to talk to him. And he turned out to be a Russian from the Russian embassy. And it was kind of interesting because my surname is Johnson, and his surname was Ivanov, which is son of Ivan, which is the Russian version of John. So we had the same family name. And he wanted me to go and get a explanatory brochure about a surface-to-air missile system that the British were trying to sell. And I didn't understand because I thought there was nothing to stop you from going to their stand and doing it. But I did what he asked me to do finally, because I'm a nice person. I like to cooperate with people, and I gave him the brochure on their system. I think it was called the Rapier, and but then when I got home, I started thinking about it, and at the next Monday evening meeting of the reserve officers, no, it wasn't like that. I called the embassy and asked to talk to intelligence people. And of course, there always are intelligence people, but they may, on their card, it may say agricultural expert or anything but what they're really doing. And so they said, all right, we'll give you a rendezvous next door in the Creon Bar. And when the person showed up, of course, it was one of the naval officers from my reserve meeting. And he said, well, he explained, the reason they asked you to do this is they think they can hold that over you. They can say, you've already cooperated with us, and we can get you in a lot of trouble. In one case, they had asked someone to get the telephone book from the U.S. Embassy. And it was laughable because the different embassies send their telephone books to each other so to facilitate communication between them. So there's nothing wrong with this, but if the person thinks they've done something wrong, that's the subject of blackmail and forcing continued cooperation. But anyway, they said, well, this is a very good thing because he wants something from you and he doesn't know that you're collaborating with us, so go along with it with three objectives. The first and best possible objective is to convert him into a double agent who passes information to us. But of course, that couldn't be more dangerous for him. So probably next to impossible to accomplish. But another thing, which would be easier to accomplish, is to get him and his family to come over and go live in the United States. And they said this guy was a captain in the Soviet Navy. It's the same as colonel in the Army, and a graduate of the KGB school in Moscow. So he was a top person, and they said what he doesn't know is worth knowing. And but he had a wife and a daughter in Moscow. And of course, obviously, he's not going to come across to the United States without them. So the plan was to get him to invite them to come to Paris. After all, two women, they couldn't find a better or more interesting place for him to go than to Paris. and there's always been a close link between Russia and the Soviet Union and France. Anyway, that was the second possibility. The third possibility, much easier than the first two, is simply to feed him false information, but false information that looks good. And he said, we can give you documents that will keep their whole system in Moscow looking and trying to figure out whether these are authentic or not for months. And that's in itself a very good objective. And also one of the ideas that I would offer him large sums of money to do any of these things, such as the first two of becoming a double agent, or crossing the line, you know, as the famous story, the man who came in from the cold. And so I asked my fellow officer, well, how much money can I offer him? And he said, for this guy, you can offer him any amount. And I've often wondered since then how much any amount is. And I think I said something about, why are you talking about $1 million? He said, okay, he laughed and said, oh, that's nothing. And this guy was big fish. So the story went on like that. We had regular meetings. I went to every Russian restaurant in Paris at his expense. And he finally came down to it, because on my side they kept saying, well, ask him what he wants. What does he want? What does he want you to do? Well, they knew exactly when I was getting orders, because every summer I got orders for 2 weeks of active duty. And this summer it was to go to Naples, which was NATO headquarters for Europe. And the Navy was the leading force, because the main part of the force in the Med was the Navy's ships, the aircraft carriers. So he knew before I did what I had orders for. He even knew that the office I would be working in was across the hall from a room that was a vault, like in a bank, where secret documents were kept. So he said, we would like you to obtain some of those. Any NATO document, any document that's typed NATO is what we're interested in. Well, I asked my guy, and he said, no, it's not good enough. He's playing around with you. You ask him what he specifically wants. And if he won't give it to you, then the whole thing is over, because he's not serious. So I can remember he came and got me in his Peugeot 404, and we went to where Les Halles, where the Museum Pompidou is now in Paris. And we went to a part of Les Halles where there's a monument to the martyrs of the French Revolution, a little park, very small place, and we parked there. And I said, look, if I help you, I'm risking my life and well-being, and perhaps spending the rest of my life in an American prison. I'm not going to do this unless I'm sure in advance that the document I steal will be worthwhile to you, and I'm expecting a large sum of money for delivering this document. In other words, I'm not doing it because I believe in world communism or anything like that. So please tell me exactly what you want. So he realized that it was the only way to continue this was to answer my question. I gave him no alternative. So he said to me, we want to know the launch points. And I had no idea. I'm sure the people watching this video don't know what I mean by launch points. I didn't know either. But with a very knowing look on my face, I said, "Oh, the launch points, you want the launch points," as though that was something I knew all about. Well, in fact, I knew nothing about it whatsoever. And so at my debriefing, the officer who up until then had treated this as sort of a joke, half jokingly, he suddenly got very serious. He said, "Well, if he has asked you for the launch points, then this is really serious. And what are the launch points?" Well, at that time, the Navy aircraft carriers had bombers called the Vigilante, which were heavy attack aircraft. They were delta wing, twin engine planes, and they had only one mission, and that was to carry their load of atomic bombs into the Soviet Union. And the launch point, they had a system of navigation called inertial navigation, and the problem with this system was that you had to leave from a predetermined point. So the reason the Soviet was so interested is that they, of course, survey our ships in the American ships in the Mediterranean, and if suddenly they see all the ships going to points that they know that these points are there, they'll realize that an attack is imminent, and that's why knowledge of these launch points are very important. Well, then, as always in life, or almost always, things went rather wrong. And it's tragic comic. You'll probably laugh at me, and I don't mind if you do. I met a very attractive young English girl. I was living, in the meantime, I had moved to London, and I met Sarah. Well, I won't tell you her family name. Her father was a rich banker in one of the big English commercial banks. You wouldn't remember the name if I told you. Anyway, she was a woman of my life, and I asked her to marry me, and to my stupefaction and delight, she agreed. So I thought everything is wonderful. In fact, everything was far from wonderful, as I was soon to find out. Her father was in Australia on a year with the Australian branch of the bank, and of course, her mother was with him, and he couldn't fly back to London, but the mother could, and she did. And I met her, and I realized immediately her job was to get rid of me. They didn't want any marriage between their daughter and me. And I also think I learned, to my surprise, that during the Second World War, she had been an officer in the British women's part of the Royal Navy. And this was to be important. So here you can learn a valuable lesson. Never tell anything to a woman unless you want everybody in the world to know. In other words, there's 3 forms of communication: telephone, telegraph, and tell a woman. And I told Sarah what was going on, because I told her there's big money in this for me. And since a future son-in-law without a job, the question is, where's the money coming from? And this was to be a source of money, an important source of money. So I explained all this. These are what's known in espionage, if you're interested, as pillow talks. And so Sarah naturally told her mother, And her mother, being a reserve officer in the Royal Navy, called the Royal Navy and said, "What's this all about?" And the Royal Navy called the U.S. Navy, and the U.S. Navy, since it was taking place in Paris, basically, called the CIA unit at the embassy. And of course, that's what's known as blowing my cover. And so the next meeting was my friend in my Naval Reserve unit was to say, "We're sorry, but this is over with. We won't let you go on because it'd be dangerous. They'll kill you." For, you know, between espionage, killing people is a rather common, you know, 007. The 7, I think, means that he has the right to kill, license to kill. And that's the way it is. Anyway, it was interesting to see espionage from the inside, and it added another nail in the coffin of American credibility. I thought this was, I learned that I couldn't trust anybody, and so that was the end of I called him, the code name of my contact in the Soviet was the Bear, because he was big. He was a head and a half taller than I was and wider. He could make 4 of me. Anyway, of course I was rather disappointed. And that was the end of my brief but extremely agreeable relation with Sarah. In fact, we were living together in London for a brief period, far too brief. And then, of course, her parents, since she wasn't working either, of course, for a young woman, that wasn't so unusual in those days. And her parents were her only source of sustenance. It was easy for them to convince Sarah to give me the heave-ho, and she did. It was the most heartbreaking experience of my life, and I was in a gloomy mood for 15 years afterward, and let me advise you, never allow that to happen. Falling in love is okay, but always keep about 20% to yourself, because you don't want to ever give yourself, as I did, 100% to another person. It's extremely dangerous and stupid to do, but I suppose if you're not stupid, then you already know that. But that left me wandering around Paris, trying to find a job, and eventually I did. It was rather surprising. I got a job with United Oil Products, and you've never heard of them because they don't make any product that consumers buy. They're a corporation that deals only with other corporations. And one of the things they did was provide engineering. If you want to build an oil refinery, well, they will give you the plans to build it. They will arrange the financing between the company that's building and the banks, because big money is involved in building an oil refinery, as you can imagine. You don't build it with $1 million or even 10 million. I arranged the financing for one to be built in Newfoundland in Canada, one of the Atlantic provinces of Canada, and the sum was almost $800 million, which today doesn't sound like much because we're used to talking about billions, but at that time it was the largest financing job ever accomplished. And It was probably some sort of height of my legal career to have done this, although I didn't really feel that I'd done very much. But I remember that it was with it was for Shell Oil in the Netherlands, and the president of United Oil Products and several other top people came to Europe, and we all went to Amsterdam, and I remember we ate in the famous restaurant, the 12 Flies, and I was sitting at the table with the president of the company. He turned to me and publicly, in front of everybody, thanked me for the brilliant job that I had done. And in fact, I didn't know really what brilliant thing I'd done at all, but it was a high point in my career. And but in the background of all this, I was becoming increasingly skeptical about the U.S. government. I was sort of evolving into an Edward Snowden before the 20 years before Edward Snowden, 20 or 30 years, and also the collapse of my relation with Sarah had created a very unstable situation for me emotionally, and now we're getting into an area which is quite embarrassing, but I feel I can't avoid explaining about this. As you know now, today I'm a woman. At that time I was a man, and we're entering into the period in which it became psychologically necessary for me to do something about this. And the first thing that I did was started cross-dressing and going to events where this sort of thing was common, and this caused trouble. I don't know how the Navy found out, but they found out, and for them, it made me a security risk. I don't know if they were of good faith or not, but one Monday evening when I was going to the U.S. Embassy in London now, because I was living in London, they tried to arrest me on the grounds they wanted me to go back to the United States. Well, this frightened me very much, and I was lucky enough to get out on the sidewalk. And of course, when I got out on the sidewalk, I was in the public thoroughfare. I was no longer on U.S. territory, as you probably know. Embassies are part of the territory of the country, so there was a Bobby there. They wanted to commit me to a mental institution on the ground I was crazy. Well, in some people's minds, this condition of transsexuality, remember we're talking about 30 or 40 years ago, and at that time such people were considered to be mentally unstable. So there was an ambulance there was a British Bobby, and there were these officials of the U.S. Navy, including a captain. And I thought, well, I'm not getting in that ambulance, and I don't have the physical force to resist all these people around me. So I did something that was rather brilliant. I must give my credit. I started talking to the Bobby, the English policeman, and being a good Englishman, he saw my reasoning. I said, look, I'm not causing any trouble to anyone. Here I am on the public street. I'm not on U.S. territory, and I don't want to follow the orders of these people. These people have no right to give me orders. I'm not on active duty. I'm only a reserve officer, and so forth and so forth. And as unbelievable as it may be, and it's a tribute to the idea I've always had that I would be a brilliant courtroom lawyer, I talked the Bobby into releasing me. And I agreed for my part to see a psychiatrist. So I got off by the skin of my teeth, and it frightened me. It frightened me very, very badly. I've never been so afraid in my life. I did go to see the psychiatrist, and he gave me drugs to take. He gave me a drug to take, and of course I didn't take it, the drug. And when I came to Geneva, I put all my affairs in my little Volkswagen Decapotable convertible, my Beetle convertible, and I drove from London to Geneva by steps. And when I got to Geneva, I took the drug into a pharmacy and asked them, what's the purpose of this medicine? And they said, well, that's something you give to people that you want them to comply with what you want, and they lose all sense of self-preservation. If you tell them to jump off a cliff, they will do it, and so forth. And that, if I wasn't frightened enough already, I was even more frightened when I learned that, and that's how I came to Geneva. Why Geneva? Because it was in the UBS bank where my money was, and of course, if you no longer have a job, obviously my job with they also got in the game and wanted me to return to the United States. Luckily, I didn't do so, and I came to Geneva, and that started a whole new phase of my life, in which basically I have lived off this money, which was recently finished, and also on occupying myself, which, as I was getting older, it became quite easy, and soon I was retirement age, and that's when I finally decided to have an operation, what they call a sex reassignment operation, which might be interesting, but I'm afraid that the kind of interest people show in this sort of thing can be rather unhealthy and of no interest to me to expose it. But at the beginning of the 90s, I had all the necessary things, which in Switzerland are surprisingly liberal, better than in France, as I recently found out from another person. In France, it's much more difficult, but in Switzerland, you have to see a psychiatrist for 2 years, twice a week, and have an in-depth psychoanalysis. And in the end, we ended up boring each other to tears. He was in Argentina, tall, handsome guy. At the end of 2 years, he gave me a letter saying, after 2 years, twice a week, you'd expect a lot more than this. He simply said in the letter that there was nothing psychologically wrong with me, except one thing. The letter is a long list of every psychological disease or maladjustment you've ever heard of, saying no symptoms of this and so forth, so schizophrenia and everything you've heard of, no indication of this. But finally, one exception, yes, a slight indication of narcissism. Of course, being narcissistic, if I was, is not a menace to anyone. And so, with the letter and the collaboration oh, and then something quite interesting, I had all the preliminaries necessary for the operation of sex reassignment, and of course, in Geneva, if you have this done, it would be in the Department of Urology at the Hug, the Hospital Universitaire de Genève. So I went to see the chief, and I got the shock of my life. The first time the medical profession revealed itself to me to be what I think it is. And can you imagine this? He said to me, and I'm quoting, "If you think I'm going to use my skills of surgery so that you can go to Paki and earn your living on your back, you're very much disappointed." Well, frankly, I didn't know what he was talking about. But since then, I've often wished I'd said something like, "Well, doctor, you know what's going on in Paki much better than I do, because I don't know what you're talking about." But anyway, I backed away, and I talked to people in Geneva who knew about his work, and they said, you are really lucky, because he's a real butcher. And they all advised me to go to Lausanne to Dr. Deverio, who's a world recognized expert, which is what I did. And so it worked out very well. That was in 1962. So that, of course, was an important transition, and it was finally over about the time I retired. Even one person accused me of absolutely ridiculous, mais amusant peut-être. I'll tell you, give you a laugh. One person in the employment office accused me of changing sex so I could retire 3 years early as a woman. But the problem with this theory was I was already 65, so I didn't need that 3-year advantage. Anyway, it was amusing. And once retired, of course, that gave me a small income and took the pressure of getting a job off, and I gave over more and more to Buddhism, and finally I went to China. I found my master, and he wanted me to be ordained as a nun right away, and I said, no, I didn't want to live in a monastery, in a religious organization. I wanted to live in the world. And he understood that, but after I started teaching Buddhism, I also realized, from the point of view of the students, the fact I had no particular recognition, official recognition, made it difficult for them to place their confidence in me. And so I went back to China and said that I'd changed my mind. My master, Jing Hui, who was probably the #1 Buddhist monk in China. I'm saying that from objective criteria, that China was, in 1999, was celebrating 2,000 years of Buddhism in China, and my master was head of the delegation that went around to all the countries that had played a role in the Buddhification of China, to thank them for their role in bringing Buddhism to China. So he was the head of the delegation. So that authorizes me to claim that he was the most important Buddhist monk in China, as I think he was. And in fact, the president of China, unannounced, arrived at our monastery one day to just for a visit. And after the visit, the problem that the monastery was having in raising funds for building the largest Buddha hall in the world were suddenly resolved. And being the president of a country like China or any big country like Russia or the United States has its advantages. And so in 1999, the same year as all these festivities, I returned to China and asked to be ordained as a nun, which my master did right away. And then I regularly went back every summer to China to teach in the summer school for Chinese university students. And at one point, the number 2 in the monastery came and saw me one day and said to put on your best robes and come to the master's quarters at 11 o'clock. And I didn't know what it was all about, but being the person I am, I was really worried that I'd done something wrong and I was going to be criticized, or even worse. And but I, of course, complied with what had been requested, and I went there to discover that there were, I think, 9 other Zen masters in addition to my master, which is the necessary number to declare a new master, and I was made a Zen master. This was about 4 years after I'd become a nun. And then, as I said, I went every summer to teach in the summer school, and one summer they were reading off the lists of monks who were teachers. And they would say the person's name and then add the title Shifu, which means master. And they got to me and they didn't say Shifu, they said Fa Shi. And so I turned to the monk next to me and I said, what's going on here? Is it because I'm a foreigner? Is it because I'm a woman? Or what is it that I don't have the right to be a Shifu? And he said to me, laughing, he said, shut up, you idiot. Fa Shi is a much higher rank than Shifu. So that's how I found out I was a Fa Shi, which means the best translation is professor of doctrine. And eventually, with these qualifications, there was no question about my having the right to teach. And I continued to teach in Geneva for 16 years, my course in the history and philosophy of Buddhism. And I probably, during that time, I had over 300 students, which formed a kind of nucleus of a Buddhist community. But since at the same time I was getting older and less vigorous than in the past, the energy necessary to really forming a community never really existed. And so I concentrated on a few outstanding disciples, such as Hakim Ben Salah was and is today my principal disciple. Up until January of this year, I could honestly say that I didn't know what old age was all about. I didn't know that there was any convenience, but I spoke too soon if I had said such a thing, because starting in January of this year, 2018, I developed ulcers on my legs, which are very hard to heal, and in fact still are not healed. and I'm constantly under treatment for that, but it wasn't it wasn't worthwhile for me to say how sad I was to be sick, because then in the first week of September I had a heart attack, and I'm still recovering from that. The cardiologist says that I have to go back to see him at the end of this month of November to see how much my heart is healed, in order to decide what the treatment is from there out. And so my principal occupation now is in registering this, my autobiography, and this is the end of part 2.